K vam predstavlja seriju najboljih svjetskih dokumentarnih filmova. Pogledajte.
Now, for all ages, a song-filled, fun-filled fairy tale fantasy. Jack and the Beanstalk. Jack and the Beanstalk. Jack and the Beanstalk. Jack and the Beanstalk. From Columbia Pictures. Rated Jack and the Beanstalk.
I fucking love this movie so much. And yes, it's probably mostly thanks to nostalgia, because I had a VHS of this movie as a kid and I watched it so many times. And I'm so happy that I finally get to talk about this weird little creepy, vibey anime movie. Like, as a kid, I had no idea it was an anime. Like, I just thought it was a typical, English cartoon because it was in English. And that's it. But to be fair, that's kind of the goal of the anime. Like, the anime studio specifically wanted to recreate the English, fairy tale vibe and style of cartoons. And for the most part, they succeeded. Most of the scenes are just like more, English cartoon pilled. But there are a few scenes that are like so anime and like so Japanese that there's no tricking anyone. Except for baby me, I guess, but I was a dumb little child. I got dropped a lot on my head, okay? A lot. But the guy that made this anime was a fucking powerhouse. Gisaburo Sugi was the guy that directed this movie, and this was actually his directorial debut. But even before his director work, he worked on some crazy cool OG anime in his time. It's fucking awesome. He was the animation director on Belladonna of Sadness, the greatest anime that basically no one has seen. He also did a bunch of shit for the very first anime adaptation of Astro Boy. He worked on the 1963 black and white anime series. This guy was there since the beginning of anime, period. But all of those achievements pale in comparison to this next one. He directed Street Fighter 2, the animated movie, which means he's behind this absolutely iconic scene. God bless you, Gisaburo. Okay, so we know a bit about the director, but what about the actual anime? Well, this anime is a self-described musical fantasy, aka it's a musical cartoon anime, and it has, I think, about 8 songs, maybe more, and most of them are actual legit bangers. A lot of the songs are really good. And now that we're more or less familiar with the backstory of the anime, let's jump into the story. One last thing before we actually jump into the anime, I'm gonna be showing you guys the footage of the English dub, because that's what I was exposed to as a child. So, I'm exposing you guys too to the same thing. But don't worry, I will show the Japanese version a lot when I talk about the regional differences between the English dub and the original Japanese release. Okay, now that we got that out of the way, let's actually jump into the anime. So the movie starts with Jack's bitch of a mom waking up Jack because it's time to milk the cow. So already we see the family dog Crosby behaving weirdly human-like. And I'll get into that later. That's a whole can of beans right there. Okay, so Jack goes to the family cow, Matilda, and tells her to get to milking as he goes about his morning routine. And that's when we get the first song of the movie. It's just a nice little ditty about Jack's morning routine as we get a montage of Jack's morning routine. And what we're seeing here is that Jack absolutely stinks at providing for his family. He caught a big, beautiful fish in a fish net thing, and the moron decides to open the trap basically in the water. If you know you're shit at holding a fish, release it at dry land or something. But anyways, after that, there's a shot of Jack scaring away a rabbit from stepping in a little trap, and I'm not sure if he did that on purpose or not. Okay, first song over. Time for another scene of Crosby, the dog, behaving weirdly human. The rooster wakes him up by trying to steal his weird little knight's shield pendant around his collar, and his first instinct is to salute or something. And then he hallucinates an army of knights in the clouds. Odd. Real odd. Next up, Jack goes to check on how Matilda's doing with the milk, and it turns out she's dry as a bone. And Jack's so desperate, he really starts working those others. Like, damn dude, this is a kid's movie. Calm down. Anyways, after reporting this to his mom, she decides that it's time to sell the cow. And that's when we get the second song. It's like a weirdly vibey yet sad song about selling off useless things. After the song/travel montage is over, Jack stumbles onto a weird man popping off on his little organ wagon music thing, and right off the bat he's mesmerized by this weirdo. So this guy is a self-proclaimed seller of miracles and tries selling a bag of magic beans to poor old dumb as a doornail Jack. He gives Jack this whole spiel how music is a miracle, therefore miracles have to exist, therefore Jack should give him his cow in exchange for the magic beans. Jack tries to refuse, but the dumb bastard ends up getting bamboozled anyways. Unsurprisingly, Jack's mom is not pleased with him and she drops some dad lore on us as she's beating the devil out of poor Jack.
The only thing your poor father left us was that cow, and now you've given her away for a handful of worthless beans.
After beating the absolute shit out of him, she throws out the magic beans and they all go to bed hungry. Song time! This is a real proper banger. It's basically the two Beanstalk roots arguing about whether miracles exist or not. It's really bizarre and super pretty. Like while the song is playing, we're just seeing the bean sprout grow in super crazy ways. Fuck, I love this movie. But all this Beanstalk ruckus wakes up Crosby and he immediately starts investigating the beansprout and he discovers a mouselina of sorts. It's this adorable little mouse in a dress and oh no, a scary owl is chasing her. Because of all the noise outside, Jack is also woken up and goes outside just in time to catch the little mouselina in his shirt pocket. Jack then promptly passes out.
Beanstalk, I must be dreaming. Oh.
While Jack is passed out, Mouselina pretty much explains the whole story of the movie to Crosby, but sadly Jack doesn't understand mouse or dog talk, so he's still clueless. Despite the language barrier, Jack decides to climb the beanstalk out of pure curiosity.
When opportunity knocks, always answer the door. Come on, Crosby, we're going up.
And now it's time for a beanstalk climbing montage. Yup, we're just watching the trio climb up the beanstalk along with some really cool funky music. The climbing scene is finally over and we're met by a super creepy glazed over eyes woman. It turns out that she's Princess Margaret and she explains that they're in the land of the clouds, her realm. She then trauma dumps on Jack, saying that her parents were destroyed by an evil witch, but it's okay, she's happy now because she's marrying Prince Tulip. She's so happy in fact that she breaks out into a song. Very cool. It's a pretty run-of-the-mill song I guess, where she just straight up brags about how cool her life is and how happy she is.
Tell the sun and moon that the world is in tune and the birds all can sing a lullaby.
After the song, she invites Jack into the castle to meet Madame Hecuba, Tulip's mom. While going through the castle, the princess stops at the portrait of Tulip and I love this part. It's actually really funny. I'm just gonna let it play out.
This is my beloved Prince Tulip. Tomorrow I'll be his wife.
This is...
My warm, gentle, loving Prince Tulip. And don't you agree he's very handsome?
While they're staring at the portrait, Madame Hecuba is staring at them and is reveling in the fact that the princess brought a human boy. Very interesting. But I love Hecuba's design so much. She's like this creepy, elongated Slenderman woman. Also, not gonna lie, she's kinda hot, dude. But as soon as she meets Jack, she starts acting super creepy. And she asks Jack to join her for supper to fatten him up. And even the stupid fucking moron Jack notices the red flags, but he's so damn hungry and stupid that he ends up saying yes. We then see some more mouse people who meet up with Mouselina and Crosby. I think they're explaining what happened in this creepy ass castle, but I don't know, I don't talk animal speak. The movie then cuts back to Jack and Hecuba, and while they're going to the dining hall, literally the castle itself, like the actual building, is warning Jack and telling him to run away. But it's shortly cut off by Hecuba's epic close all doors AoE spell. Hecuba and Jack finally make their way to the dining hall, and Jack is pretty much immediately strapped onto a chair. When Hecuba goes away to bring him supper, Jack finally realizes in what a fucked situation he is and tries to escape, but it's too late. Hecuba's back with a creepy ass soup. Like, the soup is so creepy that the castle tries to warn Jack again. Jack tries resisting, but as soon as he takes one spoonful, he's out cold. And then as soon as Jack passes out, Hecuba fucking sprints to get him. And I love her run animation. It's so goofy and out of character. I fucking love it. But she drops some heavy lore in record time. So she basically states that it's been 20 years since her last meal and that she needs to eat him to renew her beauty now that she's about to become the queen. So this is really interesting because it reveals to us that not only does she know of humans, she eats them to stay young. And it's interesting because, first of all, the princess didn't know of, the humans and the land below. So it's not just like a generally known fact that there's like humans just running around. But second of all, and more bizarrely, this means that humans are biologically different from the cloud people. Because Hecuba is just straight up not interested in eating the cloud people, nor does it, keep her young or anything. It's just specifically a human thing. Maybe the cloud people have like hollow bones or something, like birds do, so they can be super light to stay on clouds without falling down. The world building of this anime is insane. Like, there's lore here. Before Hecuba was able to eat Jack, she hears her son Tulip coming home, so she does her goofy run cycle again to hide Jack from Tulip. She also magics away Jack's roofie soup. Holy shit, Tulip is fucking massive. But it's no surprise really, since he's this adaptation's giant. Hecuba immediately starts berating him for this and that while bringing out a massive bowl of meat for him. And I love the way Tulip eats meat in this scene. It's so satisfying. Like, I remember this scene so vividly, even from my childhood. God, I wanna be able to eat meat like Tulip. 3 satisfyingly clean bones in, and Tulip stops eating because he smells a human. Hecuba tries stopping him, but it's no use. He went full truffle pig mode. Like, he's almost vacuuming the floor with how hard he's sniffing it. Hecuba even tries reasoning with him that they'll share Jack, but not before the wedding. But man, Tulip does not care. He wants man meat now. Thankfully, Jack managed to escape before Tulip found him. We don't know how he woke up or how he escaped, cause that was never shown, but good for him, I guess. Oh wow, looks like not only did Jack escape off screen, but he regrouped with Crosby and the Mouse Gang off screen. Cause the next scene is all of them sneaking around in the main lobby area of the castle. Crosby shows more weirdly human and specifically army traits by knowing how to effectively sneak around, while Jack, on the other hand, just starts running around willy-nilly. But that's okay, cause Crosby managed to teach him the way of the sneak. Jack and the animals then manage to hide under a table right before Tulip comes out looking for them. Some goofy mouse antics ensue and Tulip flips over the table to find Jack and the animals. But it's too late, because they managed to run away. And that's when we get another song. It is super short and in mouse speak, but it's still a song. As the song plays, we see the new Paw Patrol and Jack sneak around some tunnels, and as the song ends, they exit the tunnel and enter the castle treasury, and Jack is absolutely flabbergasted by the amount of treasure. Among the treasure is a magical harp that talks, and it uses the gift of gab to immediately try snitching on Jack. Thankfully, some of the mice were able to shut her up. Upon seeing a talking harp, Jack says this:
I must be dreaming. Harps aren't supposed to talk.
I love that was the last straw for Jack. Like, the Cloud Kingdom, talking mice, scary tall witch woman, a huge fucking giant, we're all just, normal everyday things. But a talking harp? Now that's crossing the line. He also immediately starts celebrating that he's rich, and I love that. Like, he doesn't spend even a second thinking if that's right or wrong. As soon as he sees a pile of treasure, he just assumes it's his. What a guy. But Crosby gives Jack the stink eye, and then Jack remembers the princess and thinks there's something off with her. The mice try explaining the situation to him, but poor old Jack doesn't speak mouse talk. But then Jack has a surprisingly good idea and decides to ask the harp about the princess. The harp explains that this was once a happy kingdom, but then Hecuba and Tulip attacked. They killed the king and queen and turned all the people in the kingdom to mice. Apparently Hecuba's fondest wish was to become the queen of the Cloud Kingdom. So that's why she's making the princess marry Tulip by putting the princess under a spell, but she has to recast the spell once a day, and apparently the princess is not under the spell when she sleeps. Once the harp is done exposition dumping, the mice start crying all over again, and she tells them to shut up as that's all she's been hearing for months. Wow, there's a lot to unpack here. Like, why does Hecuba even bother, being the queen? Because, like, she already killed the king and the queen, and she turned all of the subjects of the Clown Kingdom into mice. She won. She can just call herself queen. I don't know why she bothers with the political shit. The only reason I can think of is that there are other kingdoms outside of the Cloud Kingdom that won't recognize her as the rightful heir unless, she does all of this roundabout Game of Thrones, marriage shit. This movie's lore is deep, man. But why did it take Hecuba so long to marry them off? Like, the harp says that the mice have been crying for months. Like, if I was Hecuba, I would have married them off as soon as the coup was over. Anyways, Tulip enters the treasury and the Paw Patrol and Jack hide. Tulip then asks the harp if a human was here, and again the harp tries snitching on Jack, but the mice shut her up. We then see Tulip play with the golden egg laying gold chicken. After that, Tulip pulls out a wind-up toy of Hecuba that sings a really mean song about Tulip. Who made this? Why would anyone make this? Why would Tulip choose to listen to this song? Before we could continue to ponder on the bizarreness of this creation any longer, Tulip squishes the toy out of anger or something. But like, why? We know this isn't his first time playing with the toy because he knew how to activate it. The toy has a very obvious wind-up key in the back, but that's just a decoy because the real way to activate it is by pressing on Hecuba's head, and Tulip knew to do that. So he listened to this song multiple times and he knew what he was getting into. So why was today the day he chose to destroy it? This guy's odd, real odd. Anyway, Tulip hears the princess calling for him and he gets all happy and excited and shit. It turns out that the princess called for Tulip to give him an outfit for their wedding. And you can tell she's brainwashed as fuck, cause like, look at the size difference between Tulip and the outfit she gave him. And she's like totally unfazed by it. Hecuba then comes over to reapply princess's makeup, and while she's at it, she berates Tulip to keep looking for Jack. Oh my god, this scene is so soft, it's almost sensual. Like, it gives me the same vibe ASMR videos do. Oh, to be a Cloud Kingdom princess brainwashed by an evil witch. While she's applying the makeup, Hecuba is daydreaming about becoming a queen and all she'll accomplish. And like, you already did all that. The only thing you're missing is the queen title, but she can just call herself queen. I don't think there's anyone left that would oppose that. The movie then cuts back to the Paw Patrol and Jack, as Crosby and the mice are trying to prepare Jack to fight against Tulip and Hecuba. To that, Jack just says nah, and like, that is so valid. This kid doesn't stand a chance. He even breaks into a song and dance about how he's not that guy.
Want me to fight? You think this armor makes me a knight? What a ridiculous sight! I'm just a simple farmer boy.
Jack tries to tell Crosby that they're leaving, and Crosby is acting all disappointed and refuses to leave. So Jack just leaves without him. Kinda messed up, but what you gonna do? Jack then stops by the treasury and loads up a big ol' sack of treasure before going back home. As he's leaving, Jack stumbles onto the sleeping princess, and Jack can hear her sleep talk about how much her life sucks. But before Jack could do anything, Tulip appears and starts chasing Jack. Just as Tulip corners Jack, Crosby appears and saves Jack. And then together they manage to trick Tulip into thinking they fell through the bottomless well that's just there for some reason. Cut to a song about how filthy rich Jack is. Literally, this is the next scene. They're all back down and Jack is singing to his mom how insanely rich they are and how great Jack is, while Crosby is just pacing disappointedly outside. What's weird in this scene is that Jack's mom doesn't say a single thing. Like, she doesn't say anything, not even a noise or something. My theory is that they just had her record the voice lines in the beginning of the movie and that's it, so they couldn't have her say anything more. Anyway, Crosby can speak now. Yup, he starts singing outside in human speak. He sings some ballad about the moon or something. I don't know, it doesn't really make sense to me. Jack and his mom actually heard and understood Crosby's song, and Jack asks him to talk more, but Crosby has lost his ability to speak just as suddenly as he gained it. Jack interprets all of this as a sign that he should have helped the princess instead of just running away, so he decides to go back up and save the princess. We then cut to Hecuba and Tulip in the church preparing for the wedding, while the princess is just being absolutely high as a kite in her room. We are then treated to another song, this time by Hecuba, about how happy she is that everything went according to her plan. And while she's singing, she's setting up these weird paper doll people to fill out the church for the wedding, and this shit is so anime and Japanese. Like, for the most part, this movie successfully managed to emulate the Western style and feel, but this is just so not Western. Next, we see the mice sobbing it up in the treasure room while the harp is trying to celebrate by singing the wedding song. And I don't get on whose side the harp is. I guess it doesn't really really matter to her who's the ruler of the kingdom, since she's gonna be left sitting in the treasury one way or another. Suddenly, Jack and Crosby enter through the little hidden passage behind the treasure chest. The harp tries to call for help again, but Jack immediately threatens her with an axe. He then asks the harp how to break Hecuba's spell, and it turns out the princess needs to be kissed by someone who is truly brave and courageous. So pretty standard spell rules, all things considered. We cut back to the church where the paper priest is singing about Tulip and the princess getting married, and I love this song. It's so freaky and spooky. I also love the green color grading of the scene, and the priest's voice is so perfect for this song. As he's singing, we see Hecuba's tulips and the princess's dreams. It's so cool, I love it. Thankfully, right before they're about to be married, Jack jumps in and stops the wedding. Jack kisses the princess even though he wasn't sure if he's courageous enough, and it worked. The princess is back to normal and Hecuba is so pissed off by this that she grows fangs. That's really interesting because my theory is that she has always had fangs just like Tulip, but she just uses magic to keep them hidden, and that, along with, eating man meat to stay young, explains why she doesn't look like Tulip. So I think she's a giant like Tulip, but that, she's just whatever. Hecuba then commands Tulip to destroy Jack and the princess, and the dude starts hulking out, like his trap goes Red Hulk mode. I had no idea bro could do that. And then we get this really eerie chase scene, where it's like really intense visuals of Tulip going absolutely ape trying to catch them, but really calm music is playing the whole time. So it's a very bizarre juxtaposition of the two vibes. Jack and the princess manage to escape by hiding in one of the wells from the many wells room. Like there's literally 4 wells just in one room. What is the point of this room? What are they planning? So while they're hiding in the well, Jack is worried that the princess is angry at him because he's just a little farm boy and he kissed a princess. To that, the princess says that that was the sweetest kiss she ever had. So you're telling me she had other kisses before she was even married? What a fucking whore, dude. So Jack comes clean about stealing a bunch of treasure from her, and the princess says that usually she will be very angry, but she'll just think of it as his reward for saving her. Then they both start laughing, and these two have real chemistry. Like the princess even says that she likes him, but then the camera pans up to Tulip just absolutely fuming while watching them. He almost catches them by breaking the well. Princesses were not mine, which causes the water to start filling up. How is this breaking a well? Like this is literally the purpose of a well, for water to pour out. Anyways, Jack and the princess once again manage to escape, but they run into Hecuba, who transports them to this Yu-Gi-Oh! Playing field looking ass dimension. Like this strip looks like a season finale stage from Yu-Gi-Oh! Tulip then crashes the Yu-Gi-Oh! Party, and Hecuba wastes no time yelling at Tulip to stomp out the haters, Jack and the princess, and berating him. But Tulip decides enough's enough, and he ends up squishing Hecuba, his own mother, instead. After trampling Hecuba, this black smoke starts emanating from under Tulip's foot, and it goes all the way up into the clouds above the Cloud Kingdom. So there's 2 layers of clouds, I guess. Is that where Hecuba is from? Is there like a super Cloud Kingdom or something? Is that why she was so hell-bent on getting the queen title? Like she wanted to have good political relations with the super Cloud Kingdom. As soon as her death smoke leaves the kingdom, the sun starts shining and disembodied voices start singing a happy-go-lucky song. I think these voices might be the same voices that were trying to warn Jack way back at the beginning of the movie. As they're singing, we see the castle starting to repair itself and go back to normal. We also see the mouse gang turning into cloud people. I really like how Mouselina still has mouse-like properties, even as a human. Like she still speaks super fast and high-pitched. It's a nice touch. As they're celebrating, we see Crosby looking around, almost hoping that he too would become human. And he doesn't, he just stays a dog. So what was the point of all his human foreshadowing? Like consistently throughout the movie, he has been showing like weirdly specific human traits as a dog, and then when all the mice were becoming human, he was just convinced he too is going to become human. But he doesn't, he's just a dog. Hello and welcome to my Crosby Theory Corner, which is located exactly 2 steps away from my normal recording area. I have 2 theories as to the true origins of Crosby. So theory number 1, Jack's dad was like a knight or a soldier, and Crosby was his warhound. And that's why the little shields are a thing, and that would also explain Crosby's like weird fascination with like knights and like saluting and shit like that. because he was a dog knight in service. But this still doesn't explain all of his like weird human mannerisms, and that's where the second theory comes in. So this is theory 2, or the Crosby Animorph theory. So I believe that Jack's dad was like a knight or something who got cursed to turn into a dog, the dog we know as Crosby, by a witch or something. And that Jack and his mom didn't know, so they just presumed that their dad just left them a dog, when in reality, the dog is the dad. And the reason why I believe this is what happened is because how the camera like weirdly focuses on this fucking pendant, like shield pendant, when we first see Crosby. And it would also explain like Crosby's like weird fascination with like knight stuff, and also the way he like just like a human sits at the table. And it would explain why Crosby is like so knowledgeable about like the way of sneaking around in the castle. It's because he was like a properly trained knight who was on many an adventure before this, but then whoop-de-doo, he's a dog now. And it would also explain why Crosby was like awaiting to turn into a human when the mice were turned into human, because he is also a human in an animal's body. And I fully do believe that they were like planning on making this reveal, and either it got cut for time, or they were like setting up a sequel that we end up never getting. But I believe there's a sequel out there that would tie all of this together. So yeah, this is the end of my Crosby theory corner. Let's get back to the story. So after seeing that the castle went back to normal, the movie cuts back to Tulip lifting up his foot that squished Hecuba, and wait, what the fuck? She was a doll all along? What does this mean? Hello and welcome to my Hecuba theory corner. Here I will theorize and try to find an answer to these 4 burning questions. Who is she? Where does she come from? What does she want? And did she really die? So the answer to the first question, what is she? I believe that she is a giant that's using magic to make her look less like a giant. Okay, I believe there's like at least 3 stages of giantism, and I think like that this movie's take on giants is kind of like the Norse mythology Jotun giants, where they're like these big people who have like hella spells and magics, and that would explain like all of Hecuba. And the reason why I believe that she's actually like a giant is because she seems so like focused on getting the title of queen in the correct manner. Like everything has to be done in a legit way, so I don't think she would like risk fucking all of that up by having the princess marry someone who isn't actually her son. So yeah, I think she's Tulip's mother, and that she's using magic and man meat to look less like a giant. And we can see, stage 1 and stage 2, we can see in the movie. Like stage 2, when she has 0 man meat, and when she's like coping from Jack kissing the princess, she let her fangs pop out. She showed us her true self, okay? And theoretically, I think there's even like a stage 3. Just how Tulip is able to go like Red Hulk mode, she should also be able to go Red Hulk mode. Red skin, big frame, all of that. And I think she has to, have no man meat, she has to be coping, and she has to be seething. And at the beginning of the movie, she didn't look exactly like this. Let's say this is prime Hecuba, even though she doesn't look prime at all. I would say the first one is my worst drawing, but whatever. This is how she will look when she is full on man meat and when she is chill AF. At the beginning of the movie, she was like hella chill. She was chill AF because she like won the entire kingdom. But as she previously stated, she wasn't that full on man meat. Okay, she didn't eat a man's meat in quite a while. So she is somewhere in between this transitional period. But yeah, I think she is a giant who just uses all sorts of tricks to not look as giant as she is. My pen fell. Next up, what does she want? I think this is fairly simple and straightforward. She wants power. Either political power or like literal magical power. I think it's both, but it could be either or. Because you know, for whatever reason, she's obsessed with the title of queen, and that's, you know, that could be because she wants the admiration of the masses. But also she turned all of the cloud people into mice, so I don't think she's interested in that kingdom, but maybe the admiration of some other kingdom, you know, super cloud kingdom or something. But then also, in her dream, during the wedding scene, you could see her like daydreaming about turning both Tulip and the princess into rats. So I think that maybe the crown / the rightful title of the queen gives her like literally power, like it levels her up. I think she's not capable of turning Tulip into a rat as she is now. But once she attains the title of queen, she will be able to turn him into a rat, and who knows what other powers. So yeah, I think she wants power, and the crown gives her power somehow. We don't know, but the lore checks out. There's something there, okay? Now, the answer to the third question, where does she come from? I don't think she's from the Cloud Kingdom at all. I think she's from somewhere even higher up, which I'm just gonna call the Super Cloud Kingdom for now. So I think that the Super Cloud Kingdom is like everything is super, everything is powered up. So Hecuba, who seems like super powerful and scary, is just like a normal person in the Super Cloud Kingdom. And that's why she mentions, you know, having to live in a cave like savages, whatever, to Tulip. And I think she had a brilliant idea to move down to the Cloud Kingdom and then just take over the whole place and then get the crown, which will give her power, and then maybe go back up, you know, to reign supreme, or just chill here super powerful where like no one can do anything to her. So I think she's just like a foreign invader. She is in a way like her and Jack are two sides of the same coin, okay? Because they both like went to the Cloud Kingdom in search of like great riches and just a better life. It's interesting how like the Cloud Kingdom seems to be just like a chill haven full of gold and cool shit. Honestly, if Hecuba didn't do it already, I feel like Jack would do the same thing. Because his first instinct was to just like steal shit. That's what Hecuba is doing pretty much, you know? So, really interesting. It really makes you think like, wow, the dichotomy of man, you know? Because they are the same thing. Yeah, Jack is Hecuba, Crosby is Tulip. And then they, just because of who came first, Jack became the good guy. I feel like if Jack invaded first, then Hecuba would have been like the hero who saved the Cloud Kingdom from the tyranny of the evil Jack, right? This is really interesting, okay? I'm telling you, this movie is deep. Now, the final and probably the most important question, did she really die? I don't think so, okay? I think the black smoke that we saw, that's coming out of the puppet Hecuba, is Hecuba, and it's not her true form. I think that's just like a spell she cast. It's like a last-ditch effort spell that cancels all of her other active spells, and I think that spell either changes the positions between her and something else, because like we never saw if the broken doll was okay before and then smooshed by Tulip. It may very well have been the same doll that Tulip smooshed in the treasure room. So then, if she just switched places, she would just be hanging out, chilling in the treasure room, just doing great, you know? But it's also possible that she just has like multiple dolls. Maybe that's the point of those dolls, okay? They're like Horcruxes for her. It's just like she can use the spell to just use up a doll that she has. Either way, I think she's fine. But the reason I don't think that the smoke is like her actual true form is because through the movie we see her like changing shape and commenting about how she has to upkeep her appearance. If she was just like a bunch of black smoke hanging inside of a doll, it wouldn't matter, you know, she wouldn't have to like keep re-upping her appearance because that's just the outer shell, okay? So I think that's proof, again, that Hecuba is straight up a giant, and this is just like a last ditch, like ultimate ability that she used. All of this points towards a sequel, okay? I think there's a sequel, and you have to admit, this is good shit. I think I presented my points very well, and you know, we're all better for it. Okay, so we answered all 4 of those questions. And that's the end of the Hecuba Theory Corner. I hope you enjoyed your stay, and let's get back to the movie. So we see Jack trying to lead the princess to the bottomless well where he came from, because he wants the princess to live on the ground kingdom with him. The princess says she's not able to go with him because she's the queen now, and she can't abandon her people like that. Jack is like super upset for a second before completely getting over it. They then reunite with the people formerly known as the Paw Patrol and Crosby to celebrate. Their celebrations are cut short when Tulip crashes the party like the fucking Kool-Aid man or something. The one soldier type guy tries fighting Tulip, but he just keeps getting knocked over again and again. And that's when Jack tells them that he can take care of Tulip no problem. Jack and Crosby then take a page out of Hecuba's book and just start roasting Tulip's ass. Like they just go off on the poor guy. They roast him so much that Tulip loses it and starts chasing them. And now it's time for another song, and this one's a banger and a half. It's literally a song about how dumb Tulip is, while Jack and Crosby are pulling off like Looney Tunes type tricks on him. This whole scene is so much fun. I rewatched this part so many times when I was a kid. Like I would literally rewind the VHS tape to the beginning of the song and I just replay it over and over again. And the cool thing about this song is that even Tulip sings,
I'm going to skin you and stuff you.
It's just one line, but still, it's nice that they included him. Jack and Crosby say goodbye one last time before running down the beanstalk with Tulip in pursuit. As they're making their way down, they keep antagonizing Tulip, so I guess their plan is to make Tulip fall to his death before he reaches the bottom. When they're near the bottom, Jack yells for his mom to hand him the axe to cut down the beanstalk. Oh, look at that, she does say something. But like, what? I re-listened to this bit so many times and I have no clue what she's saying. Is she saying Homer? No, that can't be right, but I just have no idea. Anyways, once she sees Tulip, she just passes out. And just as Jack is about to cut down the beanstalk, he realizes that if he does, he'll never be able to see the princess again. And like, no shit, like you thought of this plan a while ago, and only now you realize this. That's kinda silly. Well, he's an idiot though, so I guess that checks out. Anyways, Jack makes up his mind and cuts down the beanstalk. Tulip tries to hang on to the dying beanstalk as this really bittersweet song starts playing, but eventually Tulip falls down, presumably to his death, with such a thunderous impact that it wakes up Jack's mom. Cut to the next day. Jack and Crosby ponder on their adventure a bit before being called inside by Jack's mom. And that's it. The end. Wasn't that just lovely? I sure think it was. It might be nostalgia, but I don't think so, because even after watching this movie like literally 5 times over for making this video, I still like it. I think it's just like a great movie. It's obviously not perfect, but it's really fun. But man, the film critics at the time fucking hated this movie for some reason. Like, they tore it to shreds. Like, just look at some of these reviews.
Its songs are insipid and the animation rather primitive. Still, it moves along at a lively enough pace and may amuse younger children. The lines are blurry, the colors muddy, and the action is block-like. When the characters' lips move up and down, the words come out sideways. It is the kind of thing grandfathers are sent out to take their grandchildren to. They will silently, side by side, and a quiet loathing will spring up between them.
Oh my god, does this guy have like a personal vendetta against the movie or something? Like, that is so intense. But finally, we have one good review.
A successful Japanese emulation of American animated fairy tale theatrical cartoon features with many delightful songs.
I really don't understand why they shot in this movie so much. It's not like there were some crazy groundbreaking animated movies coming out that year. Like, I checked. Are you telling me Davy Crockett on the Mississippi is so much better than this movie? Get fucking real, dude. Fuck off. I spit on you. I put a curse on you. Fuck you. And now I want to go through all of the region differences between the Japanese version and the English version. And most of these are just like localization, translation changes, but there are some more interesting changes too. So, let's get into it. So right off the bat, there's a huge difference in length. The Japanese movie is 10 minutes longer than the English version. And that's because of two things. First of all, the entire movie, for some reason, is sped up in the English version. It's not like super noticeable, but it's like 0.015% faster. So that adds up. And I don't know why they did that. Maybe they thought the movie was like too long for a kids movie. And I kind of get that because the Japanese version is like an hour and 45 minutes or something. But the second reason the Japanese version is so much longer is because there's two whole cut songs. To be fair, they're like the opening and closing credit songs. So they're not, like in-universe songs. But still, they're like really cool and fun. So at the beginning, there's a song in a completely different art style of this little guy singing about the people in the theater. He's telling the audience welcome in, reminding them that smoking is prohibited and shit. It's so cute, and the song is an absolute banger to boot. The rest of the world was robbed once again. The end credits have pretty much the same song as the opening one, it's just the lyrics being different. This time the little singing hat man thanks the audience for the applause and for being good patrons and shit. He then says that Jack would also want to say, "Let's go on an adventure again, we'll all go together on an adventure in the sky." See, I wasn't crazy. They were playing a sequel. The signs were there, okay? All of this makes sense now. You gotta believe me now. Now for the changes in the actual movie itself. First, the names. I'd say like half of all names are different in the English and Japanese version, but Jack's name is still just Jack. Crosby is Grosby in the Japanese version for some reason. I guess it's kind of like, a Krillin and Kururin thing. Then the cow. English name is Matilda, but the Japanese name is Slaw, like coleslaw. It's a weird name. And then the princess's name is the same in both versions, just Margaret. Same as Tulip, he's also Tulip in English, Tulip in Japanese. Finally, and most interestingly, Hecuba's Japanese name is Madame Noir. And that is such a cool villain name, and at first I was like, why did they ever change it? Like, it should have just been Madame Noir. But then I read, a bit about Greek mythology and Hecuba in Greek mythology. And she was, described as like beautiful, calm, pious. And she was always portrayed as this like gorgeous figure of like wisdom, knowledge, generosity, kindness, all the best things in a woman or whatever. So I appreciate what the translators were going for. They like try to do the same weird juxtaposition as like, Tulip the name and then how he looks like a giant fucking giant. And then I guess they try to extend the same idea to Hecuba, just the juxtaposition between Hecuba the name and Hecuba the character. So yeah, it grew on me, but just by the sound of it, Madame Noir is so much cooler, so fucking badass, man. In the English version, when Jack realizes that the cow can't make any more milk, he says, "What are we going to do?"
With no milk to sell at the marketplace, how will my poor mother and I be able to buy food?
And only when reporting that to his mom does she decide that they have to sell off the cow. In the Japanese version, however, Jack comes to that realization on his own as soon as he sees that the cow didn't produce any milk. So it's interesting how Jack lost a bit of agency in the English version. Like, he can't even think for himself. Now this next difference has huge lore implications. So in the Japanese version, in the scene where the princess and Jack meet for the first time, the princess introduces herself as a cloud fairy. So now we have official confirmation that the cloud people are just a completely different species.
雲の上の妖精なの。
妖精なの。
Also, I love how Jack is like, fairy, and then just moves on. Like, a talking harp is pure lunacy, but a fairy, oh yeah, I know of those. Yeah, fairy. My friend Greg's a fairy. We throw rocks at him all the time. I'm used to fairies. Sorry. This is another really interesting difference that kinda undermines Jack's character in the dub. So when Jack tries to get info on the princess from the harp by complimenting her, in the dub version, the harp is all like, oh, I know what you're trying to do, but I'm gonna tell you anyways.
Most beautiful golden harp, the mice tell me your wisdom is very great. I'm just a simple farm boy, but you're wiser than anybody I've ever met. So please, beautiful harp, answer one question for me. Does the princess really love the giant? Or is she mad?
You're not as simple as you would have me believe, farm boy. But I've decided to answer your question, even though I know you're only flattering me to get information.
In the original version, the harp just straight up falls for Jack's act.
言葉を喋れる盾事さん、頼みがあるんだ。綺麗で、それから頭のいい盾事さん、ちょっとだけ教えてくんない？お姫様は本当のくるくるパーかい？どうなんだい？
苦しかった。私は何でも知ってんのよ。
And this is interesting because I actually like the English version better, because Jack's attempt to trick the harp was really obvious. But this change, together with the cow change, really adds up to the main character being this bumbling idiot who doesn't know what to do at any given moment. Oh, also, during this part when the harp explains what happened, she calls the Cloud Kingdom the Fairy Kingdom instead.
ノワール夫人の狙いは見え見えさ。妖精の世界の女王になること。
This next difference is really minor, as if all of them aren't, but yet again I find it to be interesting. So during the part where the princess calls Tulip to try out an outfit for the wedding, when Hecuba comes in, she tries to like casually tell Tulip to search for Jack in the dub. Like she says, did you find the valuable item? I guess not to say that they're hunting Jack in front of the princess.
I trust you found that valuable item.
But in the Japanese version, she straight up asks Tulip if he found the human in front of the princess.
あの子は見つかったのかい？
And the Japanese version makes more sense here, because why bother tiptoeing around the princess? She's fucking drugged out of her mind anyways. Then in the reapplying makeup scene, we have yet another tiny little difference. So in the English version, Hecuba says that she loves the princess as much as her own son.
How lucky I am. You're always so kind to me.
I'm as fond of you as I am my own dear son.
Which is to say, not at all. But in the Japanese version, she actually is showing some tiny bit of affection towards her, but only because of how submissive the princess is.
早く明日になるといいわ。
お前は可愛い子だよ。
Like, she's just her little yes man, and like even that isn't enough for the English version of Hecuba. They actually made her more cruel in the dub. Oh yeah, the Japanese version of the makeup scene is even more sensual, it's crazy. I wonder if this part was anyone's gay awakening back in the day. Okay, so those are all the translation differences that affect the story that I could find, but it's very possible I missed some. So if there's any Jack and the Beanstalk super fans in the comments, please let me know. All that's left now is a difference in voice acting, and at the risk of sounding like a Japan dick rider and being all like voice acting but Japan, I do have to say the Japanese voice acting is way better for the most part. I would say that only the princess and the wedding priest are on par in English, but everyone else is so much better sounding in the Japanese version, especially Jack. Even the little mouse sounds are cuter in Japanese. I wouldn't say that the English voice acting for the princess is better than the Japanese one, but it's definitely on the same level. I would say that for the priest though, like the English voice for the priest is just really fun and unhinged. Like I love how he goes from this deep voice to the high notes at the end of his sentences. It's so satisfying and creepy. It definitely fits the weird surreal vibes just a bit more than the Japanese voice.
Wish to be married now, am I right? Are you happy?
But then a song that's way better in the Japanese version is actually Crosby's Little Ballad. The Japanese version is like a traditional Japanese song and it fits his characters so well. Like it fits his weird obsession with knights and shit, while the English version is kind of a generic ballad song that's like, fuck, I really am the thing but Japan guy, aren't I? All in all, the songs are pretty much of the same quality. I do think they're just a bit better in the Japanese version because of the voice acting, but that's just my humble weeb opinion. And that's Jack and the Beanstalk. I think I said pretty much everything you could say about this anime. At least until the second part comes out, I still believe that it's a thing, okay? It's gonna happen. Any day now. And I still stand by it being a great flick. It's just a great stylish anime. Like obviously it's not perfect, but the vibes are there, so it's a-okay in my book. But all this talk about magical beans and great riches got me thinking. Like, are they real? Because I found an eBay listing for some magical beans, and I got them. Here are the beans, they're right here in my pocket. Look, I'm just gonna go plant these bad boys outside, and then it's time to get rich.
My life is like a video game, trying hard to beat the stage, all while I am still collecting coins. Trying hard to save the girl, obstacles, I'm jumping hurdles, I'm growing up to be a big boy. A battle with the evil ways, I travel far and try and say, sorry, but your princess isn't here. Take a rest, I push the pause, level up and move along in hopes that the next stage.
Ah, another visitor. Welcome, welcome. What's that? You're lost and you'd like to stay the night at our fine establishment? Why, of course, we are a hotel for the lost souls, after all. Now, why don't you make yourself comfortable while I clean up your room?
Did you know that the 2004 PS2 Battle game is actually arguably...
Ah, just in time. Your room is all cleaned up and ready for you. Please, right this way.
This is all starting to look a lot like Gregory Horror Show. So Gregory Horror Show is this really bizarre and interesting 3D animated Japanese show from 1999, created by Naomi Iwata. Other than Gregory Horror Show, Naomi also most notably made Pecola and Midnight Horror School, both of which have the same unique papercraft doll art style. But the way I, and probably a lot of other people, found out about Gregory Horror Show is through the PS2 game Gregory Horror Show Soul Collector, made by Capcom. I would say that game is the most popular thing to come out of Gregory Horror Show. And you can tell just by looking at the YouTube results. There's so much more videos and people talking about the game than there are talking about the show itself, which I find strange but also perfect for me because I want to talk about it, and now, I don't have any competition. It ran from 1999 to 2001 and it consisted of 4 volumes, or seasons. The first being The Nightmare Begins, then The Second Guest, The Last Train, and finally The Bloody Cart. Each episode was a bit over 2 minutes and it aired at 11:55 p.m. And despite being aired at such a late time, apparently it was fairly popular. It got I think 4 to 5% average viewer rating, which is supposedly a very large number for such a late time slot. After the original full volume run was over, there were some attempts to bring it back and to revive it in different fucking ways and attempts, but I'll get to that later. Right now, I'm gonna be recapping the whole show. Yippee, it's your favorite, you love when I recap things. Before I get into the actual recap, please consider watching the actual Gregory Horror Show yourself. It is worth the time. You can find it super easily on YouTube and it takes 3.5 hours to watch all 4 of the volumes. I will be pretty detailed in recapping the episodes, but also I will leave out some inconsequential details. So even if you decide to go watch the show after watching my video, there will be still something new for you to explore. But I'm done. I'm done prepping you, now we're jumping in. The volume begins with the main character, Stephen Haniva, walking up to the entrance of Gregory house while talking to himself. Stephen wonders how he got here, saying that the last thing he remembers is taking the last train to the station and then walking home. The door to the Gregory house opens, the logo appears, and a child screams. Each episode starts like this. The monologue will be different, but it will be the same walk up to the Gregory house. Well, future episodes omit the walk up to the Gregory house, they just show the closed doors while Stephen monologues. Every monologue will somehow relate to and allude to the plot of the episode. It kind of reminds me of Rod Serling's monologues in The Twilight Zone. These monologues are cool and all, but this is the last monologue I'll be actually showing. Stephen finally enters the mysterious Gregory house and... jump scare! A mouse man suddenly appears and scares the shit out of Stephen. The mouse man acts super creepy, saying how he sees in Stephen's eyes a desire for death and shit, I don't know. He then leaves to prepare a room for Stephen. He disappears into the darkness and a bit after, a blood-curdling scream can be heard. The mouse man appears from behind Stephen super bloody and with an axe lodged in the back of his head. He then escorts Stephen up the stairs.
Come along now, my friend. It's time for me to show you to your room.
Did you notice anything interesting about the show? Aside from the very cool cubic art style, I mean? Yes, very good. It's all from the first perspective. It's very neat. I really like it. I think it gives it like such a spooky and personal vibe to it. Back to the story. Mouseman leads Stephen to his room and Stephen notices a few creepy things about the room, like a bloodstain on the floor. For each of these creepy little details, the Mouseman has a flimsy excuse. Stephen then tries opening the window, but before he's able to fully open it, the Mouseman warns him to be prepared for the consequences of opening the window. Stephen then decides against opening the window. Scenes like this, coupled with the first-person perspective, make me feel like I'm watching someone else play like a classic horror game or something. Like this whole show plays like one of those video game the movie videos people upload on YouTube, where like, you know, they upload all cutscenes and stories so you can watch a game like it's a movie. I can almost see a pop-up asking, open window? Yes, no. And this is such a peculiar vibe. I really do like it a lot. Where were we? Oh yeah, Stephen chooses not to open the window. The mouse praises him for making the correct choice and finally introduces himself as Gregory.
I'm Gregory. Don't hesitate to ask for me if you need anything.
He then leaves Stephen in his room. After that, we get our first look at one of the best and most beloved characters in the series. I'm just gonna let this scene play out.
They call me Judgment Boy. Do you know who I am? They call me Judgment Boy. Do you know who I am? They call me Judgment Boy. Do you know who I am? They call me Judgment Boy. Do you know who I am?
We'll be seeing a lot more of him in the later episodes, but all you gotta know for now is that he's iconic. After this, Gregory pops out of the closet, Yas, Queen, slay, and warns Stephen not to peek into the other rooms, saying it's for his own good. Next, Stephen hears loud cat noises coming from the room beside him. Gregory yells at the cat and I think whips it too. He then opens Stephen's room to apologize for his outburst. Stephen asks Gregory who's staying in the room and Gregory responds by just closing the door and leaving. The cat sounds continue, so Stephen decides to investigate himself. He looks through the keyhole of the weirdly enforced door of room 203 and... jump scare! Gregory appears to introduce us to Neko Zombie. He says that Neko Zombie comes from a neighboring family that used to cause them trouble. Neko Zombie was a beautiful cat, but then someone sewed all his holes shut, like all of them. Absolutely insane. After all that, Stephen is met by a creepy crying child in the hallway. Gregory appears yet again and explains that the child is still searching for her dolly that her heartless parents threw away. Gregory then pressures Stephen to give the girl a hug to make her feel better, but then... jump scare! It turns out that the crying girl is the doll itself, but she doesn't realize it. Gregory says some wise sounding shit and zips away.
Are you your own master, or are your strings being pulled by a long forgotten connection with another?
Gregory brings a dubious, viscous, inedible-looking soup to Steven as a midnight snack. Steven says that he's not hungry, but Gregory freaks out when he hears that, because the last guest that insulted the chef like that mysteriously disappeared. After having heard that, Steven decides to eat the soup after all. While eating the soup, Steven stumbles onto a gold tooth in the soup. Oh yeah, Gregory also specifically mentioned that the previous guest had a gold tooth, so it makes it extra scary because Steven is eating previous guest's soup. Ooh, scary, spooky, ooh, cannibalism. Steven then starts feeling woozy and passes out. The chef walks in and almost kills Steven before Gregory stops him, saying that first they need to let Steven marinate with fear. So this is the first time Gregory is like actually hostile towards Steven. Up until now it was, tongue-in-cheek, like, oh, I'm evil, or am I, tee-hee-hee. But now, shit is getting real. Steven is awoken by Catherine, the Gregory house nurse. She says that Steven is lucky to have a nurse like her and that she's actually surprised that he lived after eating the chef's special soup. Next, Catherine pulls out a comically large syringe and starts sucking on Steven for a blood sample. And oh my god, this girl is a freak! She starts moaning and squirming around while drawing blood so much that Gregory had to snap her out of it because Steven already passed out and she almost killed him. Gregory reminds Catherine that Steven can't recover, but he also can't die yet either. So there's something really interesting to me in this scene. Aside from the whole getting off to sucking blood thing, that whole scene wasn't in first person. They say that Steven passed out, but even if they didn't say that, the camera very clearly cut to Gregory and Catherine. And that's just kind of how it is with Gregory Horror Show. They're very fast and loose with their first person perspective rule. And I don't have a problem with it per se. Do I think they're taking the easy way out by just dropping it at the drop of a hat? No. Why would you fucking think so? I think it's just totally not lazy to do that. I know. If I'm being honest, I don't think it's a big deal. But is it a sign of bad things to come? No, it's far too early. It's just something interesting. Anyways, I'm trying to sow the seeds of doubt early on, but I don't think this is quite worth the sowage. The seeding, it's not worth my seed, okay? My seed is far too potent and valuable for this part. This episode is pretty inconsequential. The only thing it does is introduce us to a pair of weirdos. So Steven is awoken by a little dog with an axe firmly lodged in his head. He says that he's sick too and that he has a splitting headache. He then calls his dad in the room to help him and Steven. The kid's dad enters and just like his son, he has an axe in his head. What a wacky family! Then Catherine enters to treat everyone.
Judgment Boy! Judge!
Steven stumbles onto Judgment Boy, and then Judgment Boy immediately hits Steven with a hypothetical.
You're a businessman. Today you will sign a major contract that will change your life. But your girlfriend who you love has just been hit by a car. If you go to the hospital, you'll lose that contract. Now, which will you choose?
Steven says that he chooses to visit his girlfriend in the hospital, but Judgment Boy knows better and judges that Steven would choose the contract and that his girlfriend dies alone in the hospital. After saying the hardest line ever,
"It was your choice. You get to live with it."
Judgment Boy bails. After that, Gregory appears to express his disappointment in Steven.
You're a terrible person.
Blam! A cactus cowboy breaks into Steven's room and dares him to a duel. Gregory overhears and instead of stopping it, he volunteers himself as the judge of the duel. All three of them are transported to a badass Wild West town and the duel begins. Before Steven could react, Cactus Gunman whips out his gun and pulls the trigger. He's a terrible shot though and instead shoots Gregory. And instead of dying, Gregory just gets pissed off and chases after Cactus Gunman with a carbine repeater looking thing. Oh, but before he leaves, Gregory drops a crazy Metal Gear Solid ass line.
War has no reason except this. The survivor is always the one fighting for what's right.
Steven gets awoken by a freaky TV head flying fish thing, and it seems to be showing footage of Steven's family, and he chases after it. Before Steven could watch anymore, Gregory shuts off the TV fish. When asked why the reception is so bad, Gregory says that it's because the fish is showing Steven's fading memories of his family. Steven just now remembers that he was carrying a cell phone this whole time. But before he could call someone, Neko Zombie jumps him and chews up the cell phone. After Gregory drags away Neko Zombie, Steven runs downstairs to try and make a call using the public payphone. It turns out that the phone isn't a phone at all. It's a guest of Gregory's house who likes to scam people. Mr. Phone runs away with Steven's money. Judgment Boy is back and hits Steven with a wacky hypothetical again. Steven and a friend play in a classroom after class, and they accidentally break a vase, and then the teacher walks in. Steven claims that he would be honest, but Judgment Boy knows better. Steven would actually throw his friend under the bus, who in turn becomes so devastated that he never shows up in class again. Gregory again appears to express how disgusted he is at Steven. He even calls him a demon. But that's when Judgment Boy turns his judgment mode to Gregory and hits him with an even crazier hypothetical.
Your mother and a chunk of cheese are both about to fall off a cliff. Now which one are you going to save?
It turns out Gregory would go after the cheese instead of saving his mother. After hearing that, Gregory is summoned by his mother to go to her room and get reprimanded. Okay, now we have confirmation that these are just hypotheticals. But like everyone is treating it as if it did happen because I guess Judgment Boy is the perfect judging machine. He just knows you. Aside, from that confirmation, we are also introduced to Gregory's mom, called Gregory Mama. And she is like a very big part of the story later, and she's like very crucial to the plot of Gregory Horror Show. While walking through the hotel, Steven is stopped by a clock kid and his clock dad. They inform Steven that he's suffering from a time warp and that they can cure it for him by going back to the past before his time warped. Clock kid winds his dad and they actually did manage to travel in time, but only right when Steven enters the Gregory house for the first time. This is actually what happens. Like Steven actually goes back to the very beginning of the story, and then the torture just kind of continues. It doesn't really change anything because I guess Steven is still vacant and Gregory's goal is like the same from the beginning, just like kind of torture Steven. So I guess we time traveled. The end. Carry on. Bizarre. Steven is again walking through the hotel and is again stopped by a guest weirdo. This time it's a frog fortune teller lady saying that she's seeing water in Steven's future. Pretty much as soon as she says that, a freaky toilet child thing appears, screams out toilet paper and flushes itself. Steven goes to help toilet baby despite Gregory advising him against it, which causes Steven to be flushed away as well. Gregory finds the flushed away Steven in a different room and tries to get both of them out of the room ASAP, but they're stopped by Roulette Boy, who makes them play a dangerous, life-sized board game. They have to spin Roulette Boy's head to make it to the end, but the board is riddled with hazards. By the time they finally make it to the end, Gregory is barely alive. For whatever reason, Steven and Gregory are now on a roller coaster called the Speed Mouse. They drive by a shower of lost souls, and Gregory seems to really revel in the souls' suffering. The roller coaster then just flies off because the tracks are unfinished. Gregory parachutes away, leaving poor Steven to plummet on his own. You may have noticed that things are kind of like picking up and getting off the rails. Get it? But that's kind of the pacing of the show. I'd say that the average Gregory Horror Show volume has 3 acts. First, we have the setup act, which is, just like the show setting itself up. Like, it introduces the characters, the main character, and like the status quo of the show. I would say it lasts from, obviously, the first episode, when you enter the Gregory house, up until when Steven eats the dubious previous guest soup. Like, I would say that's the end of that act, because even though there's just like a few random episodes before that, in this episode do we like actually learn Gregory has like ulterior motives, and that's the setup of the show. Gregory wants to make Steven suffer and he wants to torture him for some reason, and Steven wants to escape. Then we have act 2, which is kind of just like random bullshit act. It's just like most of the episodes are wacky, non sequitur guests fucking with Steven. I'd say that lasts from the soup episode up until the toilet baby episode, because toilet baby episode marks the beginning of the end, you know, like the shit is getting real arc. Because like from the toilet baby episode up until the end, most of the episodes are just like flowing one into the next episode. So it's just like one continuous escape attempt, I guess, by Steven. So yeah, that's the story. That's the 3-act structure. It has a beginning, middle, and end. Gregory Horror Show really is a show. Okay, now that I've successfully analyzed the story structure, we can move on with the show. Steven finds himself in a room full of mirrors, but he can't see himself in any of the reflections. Mirror Man then shows up to say that he can't see himself because a mirror shows substance, and Steven doesn't have any. But Mirror Man says it's okay because there is one mirror that can show even Steven's reflection. Mirror Man then presents himself to Steven. Steven is actually Gregory? What? I can't believe this! Oh my god! He isn't really though. It's one of those things like, oh, you're no better than the villain, but two sides of the same coin, you know? Steven digs out and starts breaking mirrors and accidentally reveals a hidden passageway behind one of the mirrors. In there, Steven finds Inko and Kinko. Kinko, the safe, tells Steven that he had a dream about him, where they frolicked in a field until Steven drops something and falls into a bed of spikes. Kinko then opens up to give Steven the thing that he dropped in Kinko's dream, which turns out to be Steven's melting heart. Man, this shit makes no fucking sense. Gregory finally runs into the room, but he's too late as Steven already left the room. As punishment, Gregory is beamed up by Gregory Mama to her room. We finally get a good look at Gregory Mama and at the true reason behind Gregory tormenting Steven. It turns out that Gregory Mama eats people's souls to stay young, and that's it, that's the whole reason. Man, Gregory ain't shit. He's just a little mama's boy bitch baby. That's crazy. Cut to Steven, and we're back in first person just in time for Judgment Boy. This time, he hits Steven with a completely tame hypothetical about confessing to a crush. Steven says he confesses, but of course he actually wouldn't. Anyway, Judgment Boy summons a door that leads down some stairs and tells Steven to make his own decisions from now on. Steven starts running down this saw-like basement maze, and just as Steven is about to give up and go back to his room, Angel Dog appears and helps Steven by manifesting a ladder up. After Steven goes up using the ladder, Angel Dog turns into Devil Dog and says some ominous shit. The ladder leads Steven to the graveyard right outside the Gregory house. He hides from Gregory behind some tombstones, which leads him to fall into one of the graves. In the grave, Steven is welcomed by a zombie who acts friendly at first, but ends up attacking Steven because he wants his body to escape. Having little choice, Steven runs back into Gregory's house for safety. Gregory tells Steven to forget everything and go to bed, and that's when Neko Zombie gives Steven a wake-up call, saying that there's people waiting for him at home. Then Angel Dog appears, saying how she's disappointed in Steven. Man, I'm glad someone is finally laying into Steven. Like, he is such a passive protagonist. It took him like 5 episodes to even remember that he has a phone. Absolutely useless. Fucking waste of air. Angel Dog helps him out one last time by making a door leading to heaven or hell. Once Steven goes through the door, Angel Dog turns into Devil Dog again and says some ominous shit again. Gregory barges in, asking Neko Zombie if he knows where Steven went. Neko Zombie plays dumb and Gregory leaves to look somewhere else. I really like Neko Zombie. He like suffered so much, but still he just wants to help anyone escape. He's so nice. He's such a cutie patootie. Judgment Boys! There's more than one! Steven is attacked by a bunch of hypotheticals from a circle jerk of Judgment Boys. But then, the ultimate life form descends. Judgment Boy Gold! He says that Steven's chances of escaping are getting smaller and smaller and asks him what he's going to do. In response, Steven jumps off onto this weird pathway of light, and this marks the first time Steven chose the heart over the money sign. Cut to Gregory, and also break the first person immersion while doing it. Gregory notices that the Gregory house is starting to break down and tells Gregory Mama that the time has come for Steven to discover the truth. Cut back to Steven. He is making his way down the path of light, but he's attacked by a weird spirit version of Gregory. That's when Death appears and offers to cut his ties with Gregory. Gregory then tries convincing Steven that he doesn't really want to go back home and that he himself chose to come to this world. It doesn't work though, and Steven accepts Death's help. He did it! Steven actually managed to escape to the real world. And I love that the real world is actually like live action. That is so cool. Oh look, we finally know how Steven looks. But it turns out that the real world actually is too mundane for Steven, and he decides to go back to Gregory House of his own volition.
Welcome back, my friend. Your room is ready for you, just like I promised. You must be quite exhausted from your little trip to reality. Go ahead and get some rest, because this is your world now.
And that's volume 1. I really like the ending, like the whole live action part, and like how Steven just gets defeated by reality once again, but then chooses to go back to Gregory House. I think that's like really cool. But one thing that's kind of like weird and nonsensical is that Gregory doesn't really have any ulterior motives. Like, when Steven goes back, he just becomes a guest. In the later volumes, we do see him, like, have a little cameo appearance. So we know, like, his soul wasn't eaten. So, Gregory was just, like, I guess a poser. He was just, like, acting, ooh, I'm tough, I'm edgy, I'm gonna eat you, rawr. But he's just like, please stay at my hotel for free. He's great. He's just a fucking edgelord, wanting to convince you, like, stay away from me. My troubled past. There's a lot of people on Tumblr who are like shipping Gregory and like into him. At first I was like, what? That's a fucking old ass, creepy ass mouse. But now, I kinda get it, dude. I get it. But anyway, we're done with volume 1. Let's go on to volume 2. Well, actually, before we get into volume 2, did you know that included with the volume 1 DVD releases, there were 3 bonus episodes called The Gallery Tour, which is like kind of like a mini season. And not only that, did you know it was considered lost media all the way up to the year 2020? So, we gotta talk about that, right? Now, technically, Gallery Tour was made and released a few years after the whole original run of the show, but I still feel like it fits right after Volume 1 because it's, in the Volume 1 DVD and the main protagonist is still Steven. So, that's how I'm gonna do it. For the longest time, only the second episode of Gallery Tour was available online and it was only in Japanese. And then this absolute legend, Media Monster, who like archives just lost media in general, bought all 3 of the DVDs and then digitized the mini episodes, and he even commissioned like a fan anime subbing group to translate and sub the whole anime, and he just uploaded all of those episodes on his YouTube. Like, what an absolute legend. He actually did like such a huge favor to the Gregory Horror Show community. So the story of these episodes is actually the least interesting thing to me, at least until episode 3. The far more interesting thing is the fact that this is all in Japanese. I tried to find a sub-Japanese dub of the original show, but I had no luck, so this is my first time experiencing Gregory Horror Show in the OG dub. And dude, Gregory's voice is so much deeper and more ominous. It's really good. Now, the other really cool thing is that each episode is at least over 5 minutes long, with the last episode being a whopping 15 minutes long. And this is the only time we'll be seeing Gregory Horror Show episodes that are this long. All the other ones are strictly 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Now, the story itself. In the first episode, Gregory leads the protagonist, presumably Steven, through a gallery of some of the Gregory House guests. And that's pretty much it. Each guest portrait kinda reacts to Gregory and Steven. The first one is kinda interesting though, as it more or less confirms that Gregory did indeed sew up Neko Zombie. Anyway, in the first episode, Gregory briefly introduces and talks about Neko Zombie, Lost Doll, Hell's Chef, Catherine, the Axe Dog father-son duo, and last but certainly not least, Judgment Boy. He then ends the tour by showing Steven where his portrait will go one day. In the next episode, Gregory does pretty much the same thing with another batch of guests. This time around he introduces Cactus Gunman, TV Fish, Public Phone, Clockmaster and his son. Also, is this a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure reference? The Frog Fortune Teller, Toilet Baby, Roulette Boy, and finally Black Ducks. The episode ends with Black Ducks putting Steven on the roller coaster that's taking off to God knows where. Now for the final and super stylish episode. The episode starts in such an epic and cinematic way. I was really impressed by it. After the cool title sequence, Gregory dramatically enters the gallery and invites Stephen once again to admire the Great Hall of Wandering Spirits. In this episode, Gregory shows off Mirror Man, Inko and Kinko, Gregory Mama, Angel Dog and Devil Dog. This section also briefly shows us two new Gregory forms, Angel Gregory and Devil Gregory. Dead body / zombie depending on the translation. And then after that Gregory introduces the ultimate life form, Judgment Boy Gold. And then lastly, Death. Upon seeing Death's portrait, Stephen comes to his senses and uses Death's sight to destroy the gallery in order to escape. And then after the gallery collapses, we see Stephen dust himself off and run back to the city. And then at the very end, a rat scatters off. So I'm pretty sure that the rat is supposed to be Gregory, and this means that Stephen finally escaped Gregory and the Gregory house. So yay, finally a happy ending for Stephen. And that's all of the gallery tour episodes. I'd say stylistically, this is the best Gregory Horror Show the show has to offer. Like, you can tell this was made like a few years after the original run, and that they weren't like pressured to have like a weekly episode release, because oh my god, it's so much prettier. Like the animations, the details, the environments, it's like a noticeable upgrade. The story though is pretty much exactly what you'd expect from a DVD bonus episode. Aside from the cool shots and like intros of the gallery, it's just Gregory walking around some paintings, you know. It's like cool, it's neat, it's like perfect for a DVD thing. But we can now finally move on from the first volume and the first protagonist to talk about the second night. Is it called the second guest or second night? No, it's called the second guest. Jesus. Let's talk about the second guest. That's the name of the second volume. While this season features a completely new protagonist, a woman this time, I'd say the actual structure is pretty much like identical to the first volume. Each episode begins with an opening monologue as the protagonist walks up to the Gregory house. I'd even say this season also follows like the 3-act structure I talked about earlier. One thing that's different in this volume is that the protagonist doesn't have like a confirmed name or identity. Stephen was confirmed by the creator that that's his name, and like we later see him appear here and there, but this guest doesn't have a name, so I'll just be calling her like the second guest or protagonist throughout. Just like at the beginning of volume 1, the second guest recounts how she got here while walking up to the Gregory house. She says that the last thing she remembers is being in a taxi on her way home from her best friend's wedding. Gregory gives the second guest pretty much the same spiel as in the first volume. On their way to her room, they see Stephen, who hands the second guest his business card and runs off. Once they enter the room, Gregory notices that the rose on the table has wilted and goes to replace it. Gregory comes back with a fresh rose, and while putting it on the table, he gets pricked by one of its thorns. Later at night, while the protagonist sleeps, the rose starts transforming into a huge thorn claw hand thing while begging to be held. It tries attacking the protagonist, but she manages to run out into the hallway from it. Gregory then enters the room with her and says that they say when a rose dies, it shows us her dream, and that perhaps what she saw wasn't the rose's dream, but her own. I don't know, this whole episode is full of things like, ooh, you're as prickly as that rose. Ooh, you're a pretty woman, but no one likes you. You should smile more. Anyways, Gregory burns the rose, and while carrying out the empty vase, gets attacked by the rose claw thing. I guess this is a bottomless vase of roses or something, I don't know. The second guest wants to smoke a cigarette, but her lighter doesn't work, so she goes downstairs to Gregory so she could light it off Gregory's little candle. Gregory then says how he noticed an increase in women smokers lately, asking if that means that women are more impulsive. Gregory is so weirdly obsessed with the fact that the second guest is a woman. His coming off extremely creepy and slimy this time around. As the protagonist makes her way back to the room while smoking, she's attacked by the chef, but before he could kill the protagonist, Gregory extinguishes his little candle hat, which deactivates him. Gregory then says that the chef hates cigarettes because they numb taste buds. I love Hell's Chef, he's such a cutie patootie. While walking through the hotel's hallway, the protagonist notices Catherine's room and investigates it. When she hears Gregory and Catherine approaching, she hides underneath the hospital bed. Catherine unsurprisingly acts freaky AF, which makes the protagonist realize that Catherine is not a good nurse. Catherine and Gregory then head to the protagonist's room to do a checkup on her, not knowing that she was hiding in the nurse's room this whole time. While sneaking back to her room, the protagonist runs into a new character, James, a bratty little rat kid. The protagonist asks James to check if her room is empty, and James swears that no one is in there. When the protagonist opens the door, she's surprised to see that Gregory and Catherine are still in her room. Before Catherine could start sucking on the protagonist, James, the little shit, takes her comically large needle and runs around with it until he accidentally stabs Gregory in the head. Catherine then starts sucking on Gregory because she has no self-control or self-respect.
Please forgive me. Oh, I just can't ever get enough of this sensation.
James and the protagonist run away. Gregory formally introduces James as his grandson. As a form of apology, James gives the lost doll to her. Later that night, the lost doll comes to life and starts doing her thing and freaks out at the protagonist. Thanks to some quick thinking, the protagonist lights a cigarette and throws it at the doll just as the chef barges in, causing him to slice the doll's puppet strings, deactivating it. The second guest goes to the bar to drown her sorrows. There, Gregory serves her a cocktail called the Time Traveler, which causes her to relive her painful memories. We learn that her best friend was actually marrying the protagonist's ex-boyfriend, and that the reason why he broke up with her was because she chose her career over him. We also learn that the Clockmaster has a drinking problem. Troubled by her icky ex-boyfriend memories, the protagonist struggles to fall asleep. That's when Sleepy Sheep appears to try and help her fall asleep. Sadly, all Sleepy Sheep does is tire itself out after making a whole mess jumping around. Sleepy Sheep then falls asleep and dreams about the protagonist's ex-boyfriend. The protagonist is transported to Bonsai Kabuki's fantasy stage, where he sees into the protagonist's fantasy with his third eye. After a kinky elevator fantasy, Bonsai Kabuki sees a fantasy of the protagonist getting married, but the groom turns out to be Gregory. Ugh. Cactus Gunman is back! And this time, instead of challenging the protagonist to a duel, he expresses his love for the protagonist. The second guest tries running away and bumps into Gregory, which makes Cactus Gunman think that Gregory and the protagonist are together. He then chases after Gregory. While walking down the hall and singing Judgment Boy's song, Gregory is lassoed by Cactus Girl, little sister of Cactus Gunman. As revenge for hurting her brother's feelings, she threatens to hang Gregory. Thinking they were only playing, James runs in and hangs Gregory himself, and that's when Cactus Gunman appears, rescues Gregory, and walks off into the sunset with his little sister.
You can't just leave! You tried to kill me! Come back here, you damn...
For whatever reason, the protagonist is in Judgment Boy headquarters now, as the Judgment Boys practice their Judgment voice and technique. Judgment Boy Gold praises the boys and then hits the protagonist with this judgment.
You are 29 years old. Your former boyfriend has just married one of your best friends. Now, what are you going to do? Now.
After that judgment, the protagonist finds herself hidden behind some shelves full of souls in Gregory Mama's room. The protagonist is now aware of Gregory and Gregory Mama's plans as she overhears them while trying to sneak out. Before she could leave, James rats her out. The Gregory family tries to catch the protagonist, but thanks to James's antics, she manages to run away. Gregory contemplates killing his own mother.
Wait, I could finish her off.
Why didn't you help me, Gregory?
Gregory sends James to give the protagonist a suspicious brooch, but when she refuses, James gladly takes it for himself and runs away. After realizing James still has the brooch, Gregory freaks out because the brooch is actually a tracker for Trap Mouse. Then Gregory Mama appears as well and gets chomped on by Trap Mouse. The protagonist tries to escape by running into the forest, where she's picked up by Hell's taxi. Somehow, James managed to sneak into the taxi as well and makes the taxi stop because because he has to pee. The protagonist follows James into the woods, but then he runs back to the taxi and they drive off, leaving the protagonist stranded in the forest. In the forest's graveyard, the poor conductor guilt trips the protagonist into listening to his last performance. She is then transported onto the vinyl itself and almost gets killed by the record needle, but is saved by the taxi driven by Gregory, who drives her back to the hotel. The Dancing Freak's irresistible dance makes Gregory's, James, and the protagonist's souls fly off into Gregory Mama's soul collection. Gregory Mama unknowingly tries to eat Gregory's soul, but is absolutely sickened by the stench. She throws away the soul, breaking the soul jars. James enters Gregory's body and runs off. Gregory then enters James' body and chases after him. Using Gregory's body, James roasts the shit out of Gregory Mama and switches back to his original body, causing Gregory himself to be punished for James's sins. Not knowing where her body is, the protagonist starts roaming around with the other lost souls. That's when Death appears and starts setting the souls free by severing their ties to reality. But when it's the protagonist's turn, he notices that she's still too full of longing and that she should go back to her body. When Death realizes she can't find her body, he opens a portal to her body. Man, Death is such a cool guy. He's just helping those lost souls out. He's so chill, damn. It turns out that a bunch of cultists are using the protagonist's body for some sort of ritual. When the ritual doesn't work, they set the coffin on fire out of anger. But the protagonist manages to get into her body just in time to escape the flames and axe Gregory in the head.
I take it you're pretty angry about this.
Nothing really happens in this episode. Gregory and Gregory Mama talk shit about the protagonist behind her back, saying how she's too angry and willful and that she's never going to be happy even if she escapes. The protagonist overhears what they're saying because James is recording them with a camera that's broadcasting to TV Fish. She then shows up and leaves, and that's it. Why does the protagonist care what they think, and why does Gregory care that she overheard them? It doesn't make any sense. Neko Zombie is back. The protagonist enters Neko Zombie's cell after hearing him cry and gives him a bandage for his hurt leg. Neko Zombie wants her to escape and tells her to run away when the full moon rises. The protagonist listens and runs away while Neko Zombie sets the whole hotel on fire.
What are you doing?
Stop him, Gregory! Let's put an end to this once and for all! I'm taking revenge for everything you've done to me and my family!
Utter chaos ensues as the whole hotel is falling apart. Neko Zombie tells the protagonist that if she truly wants to destroy this world, she needs to step into the flames herself. The second guest was either too unsure or too afraid to jump into the flames, so Gregory House wasn't able to burn away completely. Gregory, James, and Gregory Mama welcome her into the family. Gregory Mama even goes so far to call her her daughter. The second guest tries running away, but Gregory says that there's no point as the thing that burned away was her own reality. After saying that, the Gregory house rapidly rebuilds and Gregory welcomes in a new guest. One of the last things we see is the protagonist's shadow being in the shape of a mouse.
Our new guest looks really depressed, don't you think?
And that's all of volume 2. I actually really like this protagonist. I think I prefer her to Steven because she actually does have some agency. Like, she fights and defeats some of the guests and horrors of Gregory house on her own. While Steven is just kind of just kind of there. And that's why it's such a bummer to know that we never see or hear from her ever again. She doesn't even have a name. It's so weird because her fate is way more connected to Gregory and Gregory house than Steven's. She in the end becomes fucking Gregory's bride or something. But nope, she doesn't exist anymore. Just forget about her. While Steven will continue to have his little cameos. I mean, I think they should both have their cameos. I don't know. It's just weird. But rewatching this volume made me realize that I guess her becoming bride of Gregory was foreshadowed fairly well. Cactus Gunman presuming they're together and the whole, marrying Gregory fantasy. But one thing that's kinda is that this volume had like a bit more just random and disconnected, almost filler episodes. Going back to the, 3-act story structure, I would say the final act of volume 2 only really starts with Neko Zombie, which means that only the last 3 episodes of the show are actually the ending. I guess that makes sense, because like for a show that airs at 11:55 p.m, it would make sense that like most episodes are just like non sequitur, like random, ooh, wacky spooky shit. But the episodes having this interconnected flowing story makes it so much cooler. Like I'm just imagining some like super fan in 1999 Japan just like tuning in every fucking night to watch Gregory Horror Show, and that's such a cool vibe. Like I wish I could experience that. All in all, this volume feels like a rehash of the first volume, where we get like a slightly better protagonist, but slightly more meh episodes in the middle. Now that we're done with these like fairly similar volumes, we're moving on to volume 3, which changes everything. The consequences will never be the same ever again, okay? This is like 28 9/11. So a third volume of Gregory Horror Show completely ditches 3 core staples of the show. First, there's no more first-person perspective. And I'd say this is like the least noticeable and like the most I'm okay with change, because throughout volume 1 and 2, as I said, they would just kind of like drop it. So, it's not that much different than normal. The second change, Gregory is now the protagonist. There's no more like self-insert main character or any characters in the story, which I think is a shame, because I think that was like a big part of the whole experience, is like you're stepping into this completely different reality. And now for the final change, no more Gregory House. The entire season is set in a train, or like 99% of the season is set in a train, and that's why it's called The Last Train. Now, I'm not saying that these changes have ruined Gregory Horror Show. I actually liked this volume quite a lot. It's like very fun. But I am saying that there's a noticeable stripping down of what makes Gregory Horror Show Gregory Horror Show. So in my mind, there's like 5 core staples of Gregory Horror Show. Okay, the 5 core staples. I'm really proud of this little arrangement, by the way. But yeah, we have the first person perspective, the self-insert character, or just like an ordinary, just some guy character. Now you might think that these two are one and the same, but no. In the PS2 game, it does have like a self-insert, like normal person character, but the game is from the third perspective, so they're different properties, okay? But anyway, next we have the location, Gregory House, and then the art style, like the cubic paper doll aesthetic, and finally the wacky cast of characters. Now, Volume 3 has single-handedly brought down these 5 staples to only the 2, the art style and the cast of characters. I'm not saying that like this volume is bad because it only has these 2 things. I'm just saying like I hope they don't take away any more things. Like I would love to see these first 3 staples back. Like I think Gregory Horror Show works best when it's like all of these aspects combined. Okay, with all that said, let's get into the show itself. So the opening of this volume is much shorter than the previous openings. There's no more monologuing, we just get a shot of the train zipping past with Gregory looking out the window. And I think that's a really smart change, because when your show is only 2 minutes and 10 seconds long, that opening monologue can really bite you in the ass. But after the opening, there's a really cool and dramatic scene of Gregory boarding the train. It's good to see that they're putting the fact that it's not in first person anymore to good use, at least. Once Gregory boards the train, he sits across Stephen Haniwa, and this is actually the first time his name was confirmed. I was calling him Stephen from the beginning, but up until volume 3 no one knew his name. Looks like they don't know each other, so I guess this is a prequel. After a bit of small talk, Stephen gets off to go back home to his family, but it turns out it's a graveyard, and Stephen's been dead since 1976. Do not ask me what the hell this is supposed to mean. It just does not fit in the lore. I think they just did this because I thought they would be cool, like, he's been dead the whole time, but it just makes no sense. Gregory goes back to his seat after complaining that the heater's broken. He then gets drunk to warm up a bit and barges in on a pair of zombies. They then get drunk together. In their drunken stupor, one of the zombies complains that it's too hot and opens the window. The two zombies get blown away to ashes by the wind. Is this like a well-known zombie thing in Japan? Like, I've never heard of this, but it happens multiple times, like zombies getting killed by wind. While at the station, Gregory buys genetically modified peanuts from Salesboy, and then Clockmaster buys the radioactive peanuts. A bit later, Clockmaster almost dies from eating radioactive peanuts. After seeing that, Gregory brags about choosing the better option. But in the end, he switches to natural peanuts because the genetically modified peanuts contain Mini Black Duck 1 and Mini Black Duck 2. Wow, what a timely and biting commentary on GMOs and processed foods. It really makes you think. While returning from the toilet, Gregory notices Big Gentleman going full Karen on Hell's Chef. Later, Gregory goes back to his seat and gets served a suspiciously fresh cut of pork. Now, I'm not sure, but I think this is the first confirmed murder on Gregory Horror Show. Like, there were the two zombies that died, but that was an accident. This was a full-on murder by Hell's Chef. Gregory gives a bone to Axe Dog Boy because he fell down. Later, while looking for medicine because he got sick, he accidentally pulls out a bottle of poison instead. The Axe Kid and Dad come over to thank Gregory for the bone and end up taking the poison before Gregory could say anything because they got a splitting headache. They actually do end up feeling much better and run off. Gregory then tries a drop of poison too, but almost dies. Cactus Gunman and Cactus Girl appear in front of the train. Cactus Gunman tries to make it stop, but gets run over. He wakes up in the train next to Gregory and Cactus Girl. He explains that he tried to start a revolution in Cactus Land but failed, so now he's running away by train. But it turns out this train is heading to Cactus Land, not from Cactus Land, so they jump off the train and run away. The train is forced to stop because a bunch of samurai warriors are blocking it. Gregory is badgered by one of the warriors who is convinced Gregory is his lord. To get rid of him, Gregory seeks the warrior on Hell's Chef, who quickly and stylishly dispatches of the warrior. Gregory bumps into the crying lost doll and tries to help find her doll. So he even falls for her lost doll bullshit. I guess he really doesn't know any of the guests yet. This has to be a prequel season. Gregory is actually really sweet to the lost doll, but then he gets got by her bullshit. He then cuts her puppet strings with a comically large pair of scissors and hands it over to the lost and found. While there, the conductor informs him they found what he was looking for. A weird little doll version of himself. They tell Gregory that they found it in a woman's bed in one of the sleeper carts. What a creep! Gregory tries buying a lunchbox from Salesboy, but it turns out Fat Chicken bought all the lunches. That's actually this character's name, Fat Chicken. Gregory and Fat Chicken start chatting, and it turns out Fat Chicken is on his way to a new job. He says that he doesn't know what the job is, but that he can eat all he wants there and it will make children happy. He says that some people will even honor him during Christmas time. Totally random fun fact, did you know that in Japan it's tradition to eat fried chicken for Christmas? That's because in the 70s KFC had a marketing push in Japan where they just started saying that eating fried chicken is a big Christmas thing, and it actually worked. To this day, Christmas is all about fried chicken in Japan. Anyways, the train stops at a chicken shop and Fat Chicken gets off saying that this is his stop. Gregory orders fried chicken. Bonsai Kabuki goes around the train car selling tickets for his show and watching people's fantasies. He then gets sucked on by Catherine. Then Bonsai Kabuki, drained of all his blood, barely does his show. Bonehead collapses and Gregory helps him. Then Bonehead starts rambling on about finding the remains of the elusive rainbow dragon. He also trauma dumps about his wife dying and how she probably wishes he would give up and die already. Then the train stops because of a mysterious tunnel blocking the way. Bonehead rushes in saying how his wife is talking to him from the great beyond, saying that the Rainbow Dragon is in that tunnel. And the Rainbow Dragon actually was there, but as soon as Bonehead starts digging, the tunnel collapses. Bonehead's wife starts cackling as he is buried alive. Gregory notices Sleepy Sheep crying because he had a nightmare. He then tucks him to sleep and stays with him. I actually love how sweet Gregory is to kids. It really makes you wonder how James turned out to be such a little shit. Sleepy Sheep ends up having another nightmare, but it turns out it's Gregory's nightmare about Gregory Mama. Through Sleepy Sheep, Nightmare Gregory Mama threatens to haunt Gregory too. In order to escape Gregory Mama's wrath, he pulls an all-nighter. Judgment Boy is back. He judges the train itself, saying it's gonna take a wrong turn and lead its passengers to the depths of despair. The train starts doubting itself, but Gregory knocks some sense in it and tells it to proceed straight ahead. The train runs over Judgment Boy. The train passes through a warp in time and space, which causes Gregory to be tormented by his mom. He is then transported to Gregory House, and Gregory hands Gregory the keys to Gregory House. The train is out of the warp, but Gregory still has Gregory's Gregory House keys. He ponders if this means he should go back to Gregory House. So this isn't a prequel then. Interesting. Gregory walks by Trap Mouse and out of curiosity tries touching it and gets bitten by the mouse. Trap Mouse apologizes, but her best friend and fellow Trap Mouse explains it's not their fault because they instinctively bite anyone who gets close to them. Gregory teases them by saying that their friendship isn't stronger than their instincts. To prove him wrong, the Trap Mice sit next to each other, but after a bit of struggling, they succumb to their instincts and bite the shit out of each other. Gregory notices the horrible stench covering the train and decides to find the source of it. He discovers the sentient sarcophagus is the one who was stinking the place up. The sarcophagus tricks Gregory into opening him, hoping to spread chaos once his mummy lord awakens. But it turns out the mummy inside him has rotted away. They then dump the mummy and the sarcophagus outside. Interesting little detail, we only see the mummy's arm, but it's not in papercraft doll style. It's like a normal human hand. Gregory tries buying a beer from Salesboy, but can't find his wallet. Turns out James stole his and a bunch of other passengers' wallets. James dumps all the wallets on Gregory and gets off the train, causing everyone to think Gregory is the one who stole the wallets. The poor conductor boards the train and tries playing some classical music for Gregory. Gregory says that his music is lame AF and plays some bodacious rap on his totally tubular boombox. As revenge, poor conductor teleports the entire train onto a vinyl. Gregory climbs onto the train and tells it how to escape. The train successfully escapes the vinyl dimension by making the record skip. Gregory then raps.
You gotta wake up, you're a whack MC who ain't worth your makeup. Yo, you better think fast before those crows decide to eat you for breakfast. Yeah, you're gonna get chomped on, so take that back to Compton. Yo, yeah, said yeah. Oh yeah!
He actually says the line, "Take that shit to Compton." This is insane. Roulette Boy makes Gregory play a game. It's pretty much the same thing from Volume 1, but with a train. Then there's some deep BS about how only he can decide where the goal is.
Hey, where is the goal anyway?
The goal? You have to decide!
I have to decide?
Yeah-huh. Hurry up and decide! You've made your decision. Bye-bye!
Gregory gets scammed by Public Phone by making Gregory think he is talking to Gregory Mama. The real Gregory Mama then kills Public Phone for impersonating her. Gregory calls his mama bitch.
That old bitch is terrifying.
I can hear you, Gregory.
It turns out the train is fueled by lost souls, but they were being overworked, causing the train to stop. Death appears to tell Gregory that he's rushing things and that it's his job to let souls wander. Gregory ignores Death and pushes the souls even further in order to get to the lost world. The train breaks down, causing Gregory to go on a vision quest. Gregory cries. Gregory relaxes on a beach but is interrupted by Neko Zombie, telling him to wake up. Gregory throws a tantrum, breaking the beach illusion, which reveals that he is still stuck in the broken down train. Gregory reminisces about all the people he met on the train before having an existential crisis.
My existence means absolutely nothing.
My whole life is just chance and coincidence, coming from nowhere, going nowhere. Nothing has any meaning for me anymore.
Gregory experiences true ego death.
My conscience is no longer binding me, for I myself am the conscience. I am none other than ambition itself. I am the water rat without a body, running along the circuit of souls. All will flow as all is meant to.
The train goes through some sort of digi-dimension. The camera then pans out to reveal the train is a toy James has been playing with in Gregory house. Gregory appears, reprimanding James for playing with his train called Ambition. He then takes the train back to his room and places it next to a model of Gregory house and starts playing with the train. In the train we can see Gregory playing with the train. So that was pretty wild. All in all, I think this is a great season. I do miss the haunted house vibes of Gregory house, but at least like in return we got some like really stylish and out there episodes. But it does feel more of like a spin-off than an actual season or volume of the show. I mean, the ending like confirms that the entire season was Gregory and or James playing with the toy train. Like you can't get any more spin-offy than that. But yeah, let's move on from a season that felt like a spin-off to a season that's an actual spin-off. So this volume wasn't part of the original run and it only has 12 episodes. The Black Heart is actually very similar to The Last Train in scope and setup of the whole season, but this time the protagonist is Catherine, and it's about her running a hospital. And no, there's no first-person perspective. Volume 2 was actually the last Gregory Horror Show thing to have a first-person perspective. Well, technically, Gallery Tour was, because it, released after all of these seasons, but like in the context of me talking about these things, Volume 2 was the last first-person thing. Anyways, Catherine is the main character, the hospital is the location, let's get into it. The opening is again super short, it's just a shot of a lizard and of a really gaudy neon sign for the hospital. Man, only after watching this season and this opening did I realize that Catherine is supposed to be a lizard. Like this whole time I thought she was a snake. When the logo appears, Catherine announces the episode, just like this.
Case 1. The sigh of an angel.
We get an establishing shot of the hospital. Catherine then kills another patient because she couldn't resist draining him of all his blood. To cheer her up, Gregory tells her there's a nice young man waiting for a blood transfusion. When Catherine realizes he's a zombie, she opens the window, killing him. A little bit of a side note here. Gregory is a patient at the hospital during the entire season, but it's never explained why. At least not in the actual show, but on the official website. In the description of this volume, they say Gregory was in the hospital due to heartache, having run his hotel business into the ground. The hospital was the renovated Gregory house. That's actually crazy. I thought the hospital was like next to the Gregory house or something. That's really sad that there's no more Gregory house. Oh well. Dr. Fritz examines Axe Dog and realizes that he's been long dead. Catherine tries resisting sucking on the doctor, but then Gregory appears reading some vampire smut book out loud, pushing Catherine over the edge. Later, the doctor emerges out of his own grave and throws a temper tantrum, giving Catherine the ick.
I can't stand weak men.
Cactus Gunman enters the hospital and passes out. Catherine nurses him back to health, and during this she falls in love with him. Unable to let him go, she goes full misery on his ass and locks him up in his room. Catherine catches Gregory reading about some shiny hunk in her diary and beats him up with her needle. Gregory finds the shiny hunk Catherine was talking about, and it's Judgment Boy Gold. Later, Gregory walks in on Catherine and Gold Boy being lovey-dovey, but Gregory slips and activates the saw-like death trap Judgment Boy Gold was strapped onto for some reason. This causes Catherine to realize he's only gold-plated.
You're only gold-plated?
The next day, Gregory notices she's wearing a gold-plated piece of junk earring. Catherine falls for the hospital health chef and sneaks him a handmade lunch. She comes back later to find he left a note saying it was great. This goes on for a while and the notes even start asking for specific food and shit. Turns out it was Gregory who was eating her food, not health chef. After killing Health Chef, she hangs Gregory by the tail outside. This is gonna be a recurring bit, by the way. Dr. Fritz bumps into a warrior who's convinced the doctor is his lord. Seeing a chance for revenge, he tells the warrior to kill Catherine. Instead of killing her, the warrior falls for Catherine. Catherine gets her fortune read by the frog fortune teller. The frog says that her true love will give her a bouquet of red roses. Later, Gregory appears with a bouquet of red roses. When she asks him what he's doing with those flowers, Gregory explains that there was a young man with stomach pains who wanted to get checked in, but after Gregory told him about the hospital, the man dropped the flowers and ran. Catherine hangs Gregory by the tail. Stephen Haniwa is here to get checked out by the doctor, but the doctor says that he's just suffering from stress because he lost his job, his wife, and his kids. Catherine naturally falls for him. While Catherine is consoling him, Stephen gets a call from his wife saying how she wants to get back together. Catherine gives him such a strong bear, or should I say lizard, hug that is so strong he gets squished into a teacup. James barges in on Gregory reading a nudie mag. While Gregory was saying hello to Gregory Mama, she then notices James reading the nudie mag. He blames it on Gregory.
You're pathetic.
Gregory then blames it on Dr. Fritz. Gregory and Doctor get hanged by the tail. Cactus Girl attacks Catherine. After Catherine bitch slaps Cactus Girl, she explains that she's here to avenge her brother. That's when Catherine remembers Cactus Gunman and the fact that she locked him up. Catherine leads Cactus Girl to him, but they find Gregory and the gunman blackout drunk. Catherine and Cactus Girl lock them back up and go drinking.
Face it, honey, men are all the same.
Unable to choose between love and her career, Catherine quits and decides to go on a love quest. Much to the doctor's chagrin, Gregory convinces her to stay. She throws herself into her work and almost kills every patient in the hospital.
Okay, who's up next? Who's ready for their checkup?
Dr. Catherine and Nurse Cactus Girl reminisce about Dr. Fritz walking out of the hospital because Catherine killed every single patient. He then gets run over by Hell's taxi, forcing Catherine and Cactus Girl to rise to the occasion. Later, Catherine is talking to her BF on the phone, saying how she can't see him tonight as she needs to balance her career and her love life. Turns out she can have it all.
See you in the next trip.
And that's volume 4. I think it was really cute. It was like very fun. And I think it being 12 episodes actually helped it like not overstay its welcome, because that was like a problem I had with The Last Train. It really had like a few episodes that was just like, okay, nothing really happens. I mean, same thing happens in volume 1 and 2, but because of the more elaborate like overarching story and like a more elaborate escape ending, you don't really notice that like some things are inconsequential. While in The Last Train, like as soon as an episode ends, you can tell like, oh, this is just okay. I don't have much more to say about this season. It's a cute bite-sized look into like one of Gregory Horror Show's most iconic characters, and that's about it. But the end of this volume marks the end of Gregory Horror Show as a TV show. As of making this video, there's no other TV show Gregory Horror Show projects. But if there's no more volumes, what's there to talk about? Nothing. So I've been watching movies.
J'ai mal partout, je suis fatiguée. Je fais pas de sport et mes repas c'est du café. Les yeux bouffis, humeur de merde, ventre gonflé et SPM BK de la veille qui passe pas bien. Je le savais, il pleut dehors et faut que je sorte. Rendez-vous avec mon psy dès les premières secondes, il me dit oula la 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 la, qu'est-ce qui va pas. Je me sens pas mal déprimée, un peu claquée mais ça va. Oula la 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 la, qu'est-ce qui va pas. Je suis pas trop bien, ça ira mieux demain ou pas. Oula la 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 la, ça ira mieux demain. Oula la 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 la, ça ira mieux demain ou pas.
So a while ago, I got in the mood where like no game really hit the spot, you know, like no matter what game I tried, it just didn't hit. So instead of playing games, I decided, I'm just not gonna force it. So I'm just gonna watch movies, and boy, watch movies I did. I end up watching so many movies in such a small amount of time. Let's just do like a little speed run of the movies that I watched so far. Okay, first off, we have 0.5 Man. It's actually a show. It's not even a movie. It's a J-drama about like a NEET, about a hikikomori just living with his family. I felt like really very called out and very seen, but I enjoyed it. It was very nice. Honestly, 4 out of 5 stars. I would recommend. It was very chill, very nice. I felt hope for the first time in a long time. Then I watched A the Eagle. I've been wanting to watch this movie for the longest time because I'm the biggest fan of the main character, the actor, something, Egerton, something like that. Kingsman guy. I also want to watch his Tetris movie. This is really cute biopic. Nothing to write home about. 3.5 out of 5. Rye Lane. This is a British rom-com that's also like a rom-com between these two people, but also a love letter to London. It's very quirky, very indie, very lovely. I really liked it. 3.5 out of 5. Love Lies Bleeding, a super horny lesbian crime flick. Everyone watched it for the same reason, and I'm no better, okay? It's super horny, muscle women for the win. 3.5, 4 out of 5. Good News. Good News is like a Korean political satire drama. It felt like a South Korean version of Don't Look Up, but actually a bit more hopeful and charming. The Naked Gun, the new one, was very cute. Not cute, very hilarious. Super funny. I think... I love The Lonely Island. Incredible. Akiva Schaffer knows no wrong. So many crazy bits and gags. Really funny. We need more 90-minute comedies, okay? We need to bring that back. Okay, the Monkey Man. It's like Indian John Wick. Very cool. The action was great. The story was great. I really liked it. The only bad thing about it is he had this really cool monkey mask, and at one point in the movie he upgrades it to like, he bleaches it so it's like, like an albino monkey mask, and it's only like 20 seconds in the movie. As soon as he makes the upgraded monkey mask, he like has it for one scene and then just throws it aside, and we don't see it ever again. It's such a missed opportunity. But other than that, really fun action flick. Friendship. It's like Tim Robinson's, I Think You Should Leave sketch, but just a full fucking movie, and it's awesome. Like really good. One of Tim Robinson's best. I loved it. Really good. Really funny. Would recommend. Weird, the Al Yankovic story. It's like a parody biopic of Weird Al. Daniel Radcliffe fucking nailed it. It's so funny. It's so absurdist. Really up my alley. Sweat. It's like a Polish influencer movie. It's about this like fitness influencer chick, and you would expect it to be like very jaded, but it's actually very sweet and nice to the main character, and kind of like it gets me, okay? It gets me, a micro influencer, this Polish movie. This is how it feels to record this video. This is how it feels. I'm a cyber, well, that's okay. A really cute, well, I guess rom-com about these just two crazy people in a mental institution, but like, lovingly crazy people. And it's very cute. It felt like a Korean version of, remember like the mid 2000s and 2010s, that era of like quirky young adult movies that were like set in a mental institution. And I feel like Julia Roberts was like the queen of those movies. This is the Korean version of that. It's very sweet. Please Stand By. This is the movie that made me realize, like, damn, I love Dakota Fanning. Like, her acting is great. This is like one of my guilty pleasures. Just a movie about an autistic person trying to live their life. I don't know. It's really charming. It's really great. It's just her being a Trekkie and going, planes, trains, and automobiles, but autistic. It's awesome. Terry. This is, I felt I had to watch this movie because completely accidentally, I didn't even know that, but in Please Stand By, Jacob Wysocki was there. And it was like a Jacob Wysocki jump scare. He was there for like 1 minute. And then I went through his letterboxd, and turns out this is like, Terry is a 2011 movie starring Jake Kawasaki in the main role, and it's just a kind of a standard coming of age movie, but it was very cute. I really liked it. Ready or Not. I've been wanting to watch Ready or Not for like the longest time. It's like a unique idea, I guess, horror movie, slasher movie. It was pretty great. It was pretty chill. It was a really funny idea that I feel like I kind of wish some other writing team thought of this idea first, because while it is so cool, I feel like they could have gone further with the idea, especially the end. A review by I Hate Everything, really beautifully. Fuck. This isn't the speedrun. Come on. A review by I Hate Everything on Letterboxd really explained how a better ending would have worked way better. Anyways, All Her Fault. It's actually like a mini series. TikTok told me about this show first, and then me going through Dakota Fanning's Letterboxd, I came across this. The writing sucks. It's so bad, but man, Sarah Snook and Dakota Fanning, they acted their ass off. Every single scene with either of them makes you think the show is way better than it actually is. But as soon as they're out of the show or a scene, you realize like, wow, this is really ass. But if you're craving some good distraught women crime drama, this is your thing. Computer Chess. This is such an absurd, out there comedy, I guess. It's the Skinamarink of comedies. It's such a slow burn, and like you really have to commit to watching it. Not as much as Skinamarink, but like still you really have to commit to watching it. But then the payoff is great. It's really out there. It's really bizarre. I recommend it. Sorry Baby. I heard about this. I saw a TikTok of this, and I finally went and watched it. It's great. It's an excellent directorial debut by the chick who also, she directed, wrote, and starred in it, and it's great. Like really good writing, really beautiful cinematography at times. It's just very nice. It's my type of movie, but it's kind of like I guess a small scale movie, right? It's not like this blockbuster or anything, but like it's just like very well done. The Piano Accident. This is a French movie about this really weird social media influencer, and it's like really out there. I really suggest everyone watches it. And I don't remember the last time I've seen a movie that like someone truly understands like social media, especially like European social media and like where it was at the beginning. This feels like the director spent some time at Newgrounds at some point in their life. I want to watch more movies by this director. I had a bunch of their movies on my watch list. Maudie. I saw a TikTok clip like of this. It was like 5 seconds. Like, I have to watch this movie, and I did. I loved it. It's a great biopic. I can't believe that this is like a real person. I was really happy to find that this is like inspired by true events and true people. And like what I like even more is that the true couple is actually nicer than they're portrayed in the movie, which is really good to hear. Fuck, I forget her name. Sandy Hawkins. I love her. I had a bunch of movies starring her on my watch list. The Lunchbox. It's an Indian, I guess, rom-com. Yeah, a rom-com. It's both like a rom-com and also it kind of feels like Indian Ride Lane, where it's like a rom-com but also a love letter to India, and specifically that like middle class people of India. It's really charming. It's really charming. I really like it. Coda. I thought this movie was gonna be so much better than it actually is. It's not bad. It's really not bad. But it's basically like a Disney show original movie, but just done really well. But I heard people praise this so much, so I expected some like Dune level something, or Hereditary or something like that, where it's like so good. But it's just like, a coming of age, except in a deaf family, which it is pretty interesting, but it's also like nothing that out there. It's still really good, but I expected more, I guess. But that's just like my expectations versus what the movie actually was. Better Man. Okay. Sorry. Incredible. Amazing. I heard about this movie being a flop, and I wish I went to theaters for this movie. It's so good. The things this movie does for A, for the biopic genre, and B, for the fucking monkey movie genre is incredible. Like, I don't care about Robbie Williams, or now I do care after this movie, but I didn't care. And I know a lot of people were like, oh, why should I watch a biopic about the guy I don't know? But like, you should still watch it. It's same for like every biopic. I don't think that's the motivation for watching a biopic, but like, it's so good. It's such an honest and creative look at someone's life by themselves. I really liked it. This deserved way more credit and eyeballs on it than it actually got. Support the girls. I support the girls. This is a movie by the guy who made Computer Chess, and it's really good. It's just about a day in the life of the manager of like a Hooters type restaurant, right? And Regina Hall plays the manager, and oh shit, she's so good. I haven't watched what's that Leonardo DiCaprio movie? It's something after a something. One thing after another. In general I want to watch that. But especially now knowing that Regina Hall is in it, like, holy shit, she was great in this. This movie, it's kind of like Waiting with Ryan Reynolds, but like I would say better. But this is, it's just like a really cool look at that type of Americana, right? Fuck. Okay, Aquila and the Bee. Aquila and the Bee, extremely overhyped. I feel like it has like a way too high rating on Letterboxd for one of the most painfully formulaic, I don't know, sports dramas ever. Yeah, the sport in this movie is the spelling bee, but it's literally the exact, it's the most formulaic, you know, like underdog tries a sport thing, right? I felt like I've seen this movie a bajillion times over. I started watching it and I was immediately bored, but I just kind of kept watching it. I played Fortnite at one point with the movie on my second monitor, so you know, oopsie. But it's, I don't know, it's whatever. Skip. And then Asterix and Obelix: The Big Fight. This is technically a TV show, but I found out about it through Letterboxd, and it's on Letterboxd, so I put it on Letterboxd. It's a 5-episode Netflix animated show. The animation is so good. The animation is really good. Really good. French, so you know, that checks out. It's apparently a 1-to-1 adaptation of Asterix and Obelix comics, so the writing is great. There is more modern writing there. Like there's this character called Metadata, and they keep like mistaking her name to be Instagram or Facebook. No, Insta. It sounds. The joke is funnier than I'm saying. Anyways, it has modern humor. That's what I want to say. In a way, it feels like Futurama, but in reverse, right? You know how like Futurama is like a futuristic show, obviously, but like it's jokes about like it's current day jokes. This is the same, but just like, you know, ancient Rome, but current day jokes. Anyways, yeah, after watching Asterix and Obelix, after Asterix and Obelix: The Big Fight, I felt like a craving, like, whoa, I really miss Asterix and Obelix. I really want to like watch so many. I want to read all of the things. I want to watch all the animated movies. I want to watch the live action movies. I want to play the game. Oh my god, the games. Oh shit. Speedrun over. There you go. Okay, nice. Anyways, I wanna do all of the Asterix and Obelix media all at once. And then I remember the game, Asterix and Obelix XXL for the PS2. I remember playing that, and I loved that as a kid. Yeah. The first time I came across Fireball, I immediately thought of Nier. There were so many things that were like very similar to Nier that I thought, you know, like robots, super far into the future, waging war against humanity, but also just like pondering on human things. Everyone has German names, everything's written in German, you know, like it's, to me, that like screams Nier. But it is that and so much more. and so much less, because it's a show that has 4 seasons, and each episode is at most 2.5 minutes, right? So it's like, it's really like a gag anime. What is Fireball? Fireball is a Disney Channel, Japanese Disney Channel exclusive anime that's like fully CG and no cel shading or anything. Just like cool mech designs. And it's just like kind of like low random humor. And that's most of the show. And then there's like little nuggets of like, whoa, this is cool. But mostly it is just being carried by like the excellent, amazing design. And I love it. I genuinely don't remember how I found out about Fireball. But as soon as I saw it, like, oh, this could be a really good YouTube video. And a really good YouTube video it will be now. So yeah, in a minute now, we're going to jump into like a season by season story recap. I don't think there's really a point to recap each episode because like at most it's 2.5 minutes and most of it is just like little random humor that is really funny and Japanese puns. So like by the time it takes me to explain it, you could have just seen it. So I'm just gonna deal with the overarching story and the vibes of the show. But before we jump into that, come on. Like and subscribe already. Jeez, do I have to spell it out? Please like and subscribe. Yeah. Okay. Government mandated e-begging is over. Let's jump into it. So season 1 of Fireball came out in 2008. And I actually will fully recap the first episode because every episode follows the exact same structure as the first episode. Right at the beginning of the episode, we see the timestamp in which year this episode is set. The first episode is set in the year 48,650 and the last episode is set in the year 48,794. And each episode is just like 8 to 20 years apart. But yeah, Drossel, the main character, she walks up to her servant robot, wrongly calls him Shish Kebab, and then he corrects her that his name is Gedaknis and not Shish Kebab. And she's just like, yeah, whatever. Anyways, she wants to look up pictures of dolphins. So Gedaknis hooks up to their database just to look at pictures of dolphins, and then a blackout occurs, and then Drossel's eyes just light up like flashlights, and she's like, what's this? And Gedaknis says, it's a function installed by your late father. But the problem is, it's so bright she can't see anything. That's the episode. In the credits, there is something interesting. The names of the characters are Gedaknis, aka Towery34, and Drossel, aka Juno14. So it's really interesting that in the credits, we see not only the robots' names, but their specific model. That's never referenced in the actual show, but in the credits, we always do know like what the specific model of the robot is, which is fascinating, I guess. But yeah, that's the format of the show. Every single episode, Drossel walks up to Gedaknis wanting something, calls him the wrong name, and then silly antics ensue. And honestly, in most of season 1, nothing really relevant happens in any of the episodes. You know, nothing relevant to like point out. It's just mostly really cool animation and silly antics. In episode 6, they do talk about human troops attacking and approaching Tempest Tower, which is the name of the manor that they're in. And then the next episode, Gedaknis says that Drossel's late father spent 20,000 years trying to end the human-machine war. So we know now that like that's a really long thing. Machines and humans are at war in this world. Most of the time it doesn't really impact the story. It's just a thing in the background. Okay, then at the very last episode, the jig is up. Human forces are within 50 kilometers of the manor and have total control. Gedaknis pulls out Drossel's late father's instructions for Operation Fireball. Didn't really follow the instructions. Gedaknis just mentions like, oh yeah, we have instructions. Anyways, we do get a little lore drop that long ago the world was unified. Man and machine used to speak the same language and the desert was alive. We also find out that Drossel is the 19th lord of the Tempest domain of Uranus Kingdom. Okay? I don't really have a frame of reference for any of that she's like a fancy royal lady. But you could kind of already tell that by her behavior. Yeah, the episode ends with Drossel and Gedaknis walking out to face the humans. It's pretty open-ended. It's a cool ending with like, you know, cool visuals and music at times. I will get like slightly deeper into what I think happened later in the video. And that was like the last episode of the first season, but there was one more like special making of Fireball episode. It's a goofy little sketch episode where they pretend that Fireball is like a real show and Drossel and Gedaknis are just actors playing those robots. It's literally animated like cut, and then Drossel just walks out and like sits at a little director chair and she talks about how difficult it was for her to get in the role because she's so like vastly different different from Drossel. It's very goofy, but what I like the most is at the very end, it turns out that this isn't actually, part of the canon. Drossel was just like role-playing being an actress. It's all in universe, and I really respect that. They didn't break the fourth wall too much. Okay, now on to season 2, Fireball Charming. It came out 3 years later in 2011, and immediately a ton of things are different. We get a first-hand look at the new model, the new Drossel robot model, and it's so cool. I love the swirls. It's so angular. Like, the season 1 model is also incredible, but this one is just as incredible. Even Gedaknis has like a new model. Technically, an old model, because we also see the first episode is set in the year 48,234, which is before the first season. And that's the thing with Fireball. Every new season is set before the previous season. So the events of Fireball Charming take place between the years 48,234 and 48,426, and each episode is 16 years apart. While the first season had like, just a random amount of years in between them, this specifically, every episode is set like 16 years after the previous episode. The first episode starts with Drossel retelling a dream she had about meeting a human to Gedaknis, and that's what prompts Gedaknis to teach Drossel about the intricacies of the human language. And that's pretty much it. And at the very end, a human-like machine appears, and he is a mainstay character of this season. We find this out in later episodes, but he's like a human puppet made to just train machines how to deal with humans, basically. Also, in the credits, Gedaknis is created as Tauri 32, which is 2 previous models, and Drossel is created as Juno 13, 1 model below Juno 14. So yeah, pretty cool little attention to detail that they have. I really do appreciate that, and every season will have a different Drossel and Gedaknis model. So throughout season 2, a lot more stuff happens. Drossel's father is still her late father, aka he's dead. We find that out in episode 2. In episode 5, we learn about the puppet. In episode 8, we find that time travel is possible, but nothing really comes of that. And then the last 2 episodes are the real meat and potatoes, lore-wise. So in episode 12, Drossel demands that Gedaknis tells her how this world functions, and then he tells her that her late father, Sir Windstyle, has summarized their history and future course of actions they should take. He says one day the charming mankind will return and bring forth balance unto the world. And then as proof that charming mankind will return, he presents Drossel with evidence, the remnant of a vehicle used by mankind. And it's written on it charming. And then she just wipes it over and realizes it says warning, but someone like doodled over it. And then Gedaknis freaks out. End of episode. So the last episode starts with Gedaknis looking for Drossel and telling her that the world has begun to contract, that there's nothing that can be done, and that also, coincidentally, it's finally time for the ball. So throughout this whole season, every episode starts with him telling Drossel that the ball is about to start, and this is finally the ball, I guess. And then they do this weird ritual, and honestly, I'm just gonna play the last minute of the episode, because it's a lot of info that I don't really know what the fuck anything of it is.
これからお嬢様は少しだけ長い眠りにつかれます。目覚めた時、いくつかの思い出を失うこともあるでしょう。ですが、恐れることはありません。お嬢様がお嬢様である限り、お嬢様自身が世界の歴史なのですから。
例えば、あなたの名前を忘れてしまうとか。この次はきっとうまくいくわ。
確信しております。
世界を二人占めしよう。
さようでございますね。
起こし方は分かっていて。
アニメで拝見しました。かつて人類はお休み前に獣の数を数えたとか。
では数えてちょうだい。
いずれの獣にいたしましょう。
フーム。
And
yeah, that's season 2. This also explains the running gag of season 1 where Drossel keeps calling Gedaknis the wrong name. I'll get into what I think this ending means later in the video. But yeah, for now, that's it. That's season 2 over. 6 years later, Fireball Humorous comes out in 2017. It's kind of crazy to me that this show kept on going for this fucking long. Fireball Humorous only has 3 episodes, while the previous 2 seasons had 13 episodes each. A little funny prank that they played on me, and I guess everyone watching, is it only has 3 episodes, but episodes 1, 2, and 3 are titled 4, 7, and 11, respectively. That sent me down like a rabbit hole, like, wait, where's the other episodes? But there's no other episode. This is just like a goofy gag. But yeah, once again, new robot models for Gedaknis and Drossel, and this time they're completely different model names. Gedaknis is Bao 29, and Drossel is Castalia 9. And a huge confirmation, Drossel's father is still alive during the events of this season, because every episode starts with her looking for where father is, and then Gedachnis telling her like, oh, he's off doing some wacky things. We don't know the exact time of this season because this is the only season where we don't have little like year timestamps at the beginning of each episode. We are able to like vaguely place it in the timeline, but we'll get to that later. But yeah, in episode 1, nothing really happens. Drossel is just reading a book. Then in episode 2, massive lore drop. The Balkans are confirmed to exist in the Fireball universe. That's where father is doing some shit, so that's awesome. And then in the last episode, Dad appears! He's here! He's alive! He's here! And he looks fucking awesome, dude! I love his model. I do like that he's the same type of character and he has the same mannerisms as Drossel, but yeah, nothing really truly happens. It's just Drossel getting ready for a party, shenanigans ensue, and then Dad walks up and sits on his throne. The end. And in the credits, we'll learn that Drossel's dad's model is Kronos 5. That's season 3. Nothing really impactful happens, and it was just like a short 3-episode run. It's fun. It's nice. It's fun. The next Fireball media we get to consume is the 2019 audio drama. It was part of a 10th anniversary soundtrack, even though it came out 11 years after Fireball, but it was in January. So I think it was just bad timing, right? For the 10th anniversary of Fireball, they released Fireball Audio Homocylonics. It had 43 tracks, and it's like half the soundtrack plus some unreleased tracks and half audio drama. There's no official or unofficial translation of the audio drama, so it's just exclusively a Japanese story. But after reading the official synopsis, I realized like, I'm not missing out on much. So I'm just gonna read the synopsis here. Drossel, the daughter of the Flugel family, was looking for her father as usual. The person who appeared there was Gebaudebaude, whose appearance was similar to that of the butler Gedachnis, but painted in red. Here, Drossel makes a small mistake. She calls an avocado a avogado. And due to that trivial event, extra haze was created in this world, and a parallel world was born. At this rate, the Tempest territory, where one of the Drossels live, will be exposed to danger due to the self-repairing function of this world. Therefore, Gebaudebaude used the epoch-making legless chair Polaris, developed by Heitz Regista, to time travel to the past and try to eliminate the extra haze that was born in this world. However, Gebaudebaude and the time machine arrive at the future one after another instead of the past. Drossel's father, Sir Windstyle, will return in the future, a few thousand years in the distant future, and then several hundred years in the future, and Gedachnis. Will Gebaudebaude be able to eliminate the extra elements that were born in this world and guide the stars to their correct positions, in the present or the past, or the future? A fantastic little adventure that transcends time and space begins. Yeah, honestly, this just sounds like a bunch of noise. Like a bunch of nonsense, and not the fun Fireball nonsense. So yeah, that's all I know about the audio drama. Womp womp. And then next, in the year 2020, 12 years after the original Fireball, we get Fireball Geboideboide. So I guess the audio drama was kind of just like an ad for this next season. This season has 10 episodes. We get the return of the timestamps, so we know specifically the season is set between the years 39,298 and 39,426. So each episode of Gebaudebaude starts with Gebaudebaude trying to convince Lady Ariadne to go outside because the outside is so wonderful and peaceful that she's just gonna love it. But she's like a neat and a hikikomori and she just doesn't want to go outside. This isn't Drossel and this isn't Gedachnis. These are completely different robots and completely different models. Like in the credits it says Gebaudebaude is Bau 28 and Ariadne is Castalia 9B, which is very interesting. I think specifically that model name and the audio drama synopsis kind of tells us that this is an alternate universe. It's not confirmed. It isn't mentioned anywhere else. So, you know, it's a possibility. But yeah, Ariadne is pretty much just Drossel. Like her behavior is the same. Her design is way lamer. Like a Star 9B model blows. I'm sorry, but it's true. Yeah, each episode just is the typical Fireball antics, but just with a Drossel stand-in and a Gedachnis stand-in, which is an interesting decision, I guess. But yeah, honestly, nothing crazy happens for the entire show, but the last episode is really good. I still think Geboideboide is the worst Fireball thing, but the ending really did bring it back a bit. So this is kind of like a two-part ending. During episode 9, it turns out that Ariadne is making like a little movie, like a documentary, and then she reveals that this story is about you, Gebaudebaude. And after she shows him the movie, Gebaudebaude finally convinces Ariadne to go outside with him. Just as they're about to go outside, she just disappears. That's the end of episode 9. And now I'm just gonna play the entire episode 10. I tried to like figure out how to recap this, but it's very nonsensical, but also very beautiful that, you know, hopefully Disney will let me do this. So yeah, enjoy.
Mom! お嬢様、降るような星です。
オーロラの彼方へ。
ですが、すべて作り話でございます。
より正確にはこの風景も。
この世界、すべて私の空想でございました。
なんというネタバレ。
瓦礫の山で空想するうちに、いつしかこの部屋に留まりたいと。争うことのない、ただひたすらにユーモラスなこの世界に。
なるほど。
ですが、それはとても価値のないことです。
ふむ。間違っているわ、スコンブダンプ。その空想とそれ以外とで何が違う。そう言ったじゃない。
いささか自信がなくなりました。
あなた自身が信じられなくとも僕を信じなさい。
さりとて、それもおよそ103秒後には消滅いたします。
致しかゆしも。
なんとなれば物語の始まりまで戻ることも。
出ただけね。
怖くて仕方ないのです。
怖いから勇敢になれるのよ。空想してみせて。
お嬢様、
虹の麓をヒッポカボポスの群れを空飛ぶクジラの歌声を。
お嬢様だけがそれを可能にするのです。
僕はエコー、あなたの空想の残響。この部屋に囚われていたのは僕ではないわ。
古の開拓者たちはこの来たるべき絶望に対抗する術、すなわち世界と対峙するためのテーブルマナーをこう呼んでおりました。面白ニクスプロトコル。
そぼろを食らうコロシアム。
おぼろのごとき存在です。制限時間いっぱい。
ようそろ。
お嬢様とお出かけできなかったことだけが心残りでなりません。
ドアノブのついた引き戸は存在するものよ。
押してもダメなら引けと。
気を引きたいなら時には突き放しなさい。信じてないのか。
確信しております。
大丈夫よ、ゲボイデボイデ。歴史は繰り返すのではないわ。韻を踏むだけ。
お嬢様がいつか出会う未来の子供たちにこの星の輝きをお聞かせください。
約束するわ。父様、お父様はどこ？
お待たせいたしました、お嬢様。
あなた赤いわね。
私のこの姿ご記憶ございませんでしょうか。
That's about it. I feel like this is half a send-off to the entire show, because this is the last Fireball thing, and half a remake of audio almost Silonix. I really do like the message of Geboy de Boyde, where it's like, yeah, it's okay to let go. This show was legit, it was dope, and it's over now. But I do wish it was more involved with Drossel and Gedakness, because at the end of Drossel, that's the only Drossel we see in the entire season. That's it. That's the recap. I think Fireball and Fireball Charming are the best of Fireball, but the entirety of Fireball is also very, very good. I'm a fan. And yeah, that's the story of Fireball for ya. Now that you know the story of Fireball, it's time for, I think, the most important segment of this video. Ranking all of the fits through all the different seasons of Drossel. And Ariadne, I think her name is, I keep forgetting. Technically it's not Drossel, but I'm still gonna, we're still gonna rank her. But yeah, I made a tier list from S to D tier. I thought about having F tier, but there are some stinkers here, I have to admit, but I don't think any of them are truly F tier. So, it's just 5 tiers. Even that might be too much, but anyways. We're just gonna do them like chronologically in order of appearance, right? So first up we have Fireball. The very first design is the default Juno 14 Drossel, and honestly it is so good. People keep mistaking Drossel for Hatsune Miku, and I see it because of, the blue eyes and also the twin tails. It's like Hatsune Miku if she was a robot, but like the design is just so good. Like I love everything about it. It's really, really good. I love her, like obviously the hair, the eyes, the robotic skirt. It's all really, really good, and like her movements are great. It's just a top tier design in general. So yeah, that's going in S tier for sure. Just Drossel, my beloved. I love it. It's so good. It's definitely going in S tier. Okay, next we have Jetpack Drossel. You know, when she puts on different hair that turns out to be like a jetpack model. It's really good. I really like it. It's not as good as the default, and I don't think the goal was to be as good as the default. I don't know. I think. Hold on, I gotta compare and contrast to the other fits. I'm teetering between A and B tier. Like, ideally it would be in between, but that's cheating. We're not doing that. I think it has to be B tier because it's a funny gag. It's a cool idea, but it's a bit too clunky. McClunky. Okay, next up we have the Pumpkinhead Halloween episode, Drossel. I say Halloween episode because that's the vibe I was getting from that episode. I mean, Pumpkinhead and everything, but I think it premiered in like June or July or something like that. It was very Halloween code, but I don't think it was Halloween. This is going in A tier, and that is just pure bias because I love spooky stuff and I love pumpkin and Halloween, so it's going in A tier. Sorry, end of discussion, okay? Next, we have... Oh, I love this one. I love this one. This is her capoeira outfit. Yeah, capoeira head from season 1, episode 11. I wrote down the little details on the back, just in case. But yeah, the capoeira head is so good. I love it. I love the little like translucent ribbons going in the back and like the weird cyber tribal tattoo designs, kinda. It's so Y2K. Like, God, in general with this show they were cooking with the designs, but I love this one. I think it has to go in S tier. It has to go in S tier. Next up we have, so these three actually haven't appeared in the show, and technically I guess at least one of them isn't by order of appearance. It will be like dead last, but they're all designs from the Fireball season 1 model, right? June of 14, so it's here. First up we have Drossel Winter, or like I think Tourism Edition. It's just her skiing. It's really cute. I think this is like an original design for a figure, which I want. Oh my god, the figures. I'll be talking about the figures more later, but holy shit. But yeah, this is like it was never shown in the show. I think it was gonna be in the show. It was in one of the DVDs. I think of season 1 DVDs, there's like extra content. There were just like images of this, so maybe it was cut content, but like, yeah, it's pretty cute. Not a bit clunky for me, because like I like the idea of what they're going for with like the Russian hat and the scarf, but I think it ends up looking like a bit too clunky. So sadly, I'm putting it in C tier. This is the first C tier, and I would say from like the Juno 14 model, this is the worst design. So I'm not super torn up about it not being in the actual show. Next up we have Kimono Drossel, and I think it's from a wallpaper. I think that's the only usage of this design. It's for like a 2009, I think, just desktop wallpaper, but it's very cute. It's giving like, you know, Japanese festival kimono thing. I like it. I like the colors and like the materials. It's very well done, but also, you know, nothing to write home about, so B tier. Next we have, this is kind of like aura farming Drossel. This is from the audio drama that came out for the 10th anniversary of Fireball, and it's kind of like a fusion and everything, you know. It's like time travel, but it's like season 1 Drossel, time traveling and meeting up with the Gebäude. So it's kind of in between all of this, but this is Juno 14 Drossel, and it's just her normal design, but with like a cool ass aura farming cloak. So I feel like that's S tier. I'm gonna put it right next to her normal design because it's kind of like a sub design, right? Like a sub version. And yeah, that's all of season 1 Drossel designs. Okay, now on to season 2 Charming. I obviously first we're doing her default model. It's interesting. If we're going off, hold on there, okay, if we're going off just like an image, right, just like a PNG of season 2 model and season 1 model, I would say season 1 is better. But the way they used this model and the way they animated it is so good. Like, I love the running gag of her weird head spike, like emoting, right? When she's like embarrassed or does something cringe, it just like meow, you know, goes down. So it's like, it's really good. It's the animation is what brings it to S tier, I'd say. So yeah, sue me all you want, but fuck you. Next up is a very similar situation to the cape. It's literally, fuck, god damn it, hold on, oh my god, this is way more difficult than I expected it to be, but I don't know what I expected. So yeah, this is just her normal design, but with a cool ass cloak. I would say this cloak is even cooler than this one because A, it has lore. This is her father's cloak that was fashionable 20 millennia ago. It was the latest model 20 millennia ago. That's the lore, but it's really cool. It's really cool. It's like a really cool red, and she got the assignment. She was aura farming like crazy with that thing. So yeah, also S tier. I feel like this is gonna be a very top heavy tier list. I love her. Like, genuinely, I don't know what's coming over me. I am obsessed. Anyways, next up, this is kind of like this is a meme entry. It's from the same episode as the cape one. At the very end, she just pulls out, she just has like weird eye drawings on her hands, and she like puts them as her eyes, and it's very is it like a reference to Pan's Labyrinth? It was very low random, like most of the show, but very funny. It's not gonna be S tier. I should have put a joke tier, but yeah, let's do C tier. I'm not saying it's bad, but also I can't really take it seriously, right? Seriously. That's a C tier joke. Anyways, next up, this is a really cool one. It's like her astronomy fit from season 2 episode 4. She has this like mask. She has this mask and future seeing staff, and the mask by itself is cool, but then it like extends these Y2K spikes and it gets even cooler, and it's a solid A tier design. This looks like her like battle ready fit. Okay, next up, God, talking about battle ready, bike. The image that I picked is just her in the middle of like, you know, driving, but she also wears this VR set. But like, I don't know, I feel like if she was, it would be S tier if it was a true bike, if it was like a bicycle, motor bicycle, but it's like a motor unicycle, so it's B tier. It's a bit too compact to be like truly sick. Oh, this is such a cute design. It's her, I guess, B-Day outfit, birthday drip. It's her with like this really cool short hair, helmet, I guess, and glasses. The glasses are great, but like, God, again, the swirls and the fancy detailing on the helmet is so good, and the short hair looks great. It's S tier, absolutely dripped out, dude. Driptastic, great, just so good. That episode was also very weird. I had to like rewatch it 3 times to like realize what are you even talking about. I did that a lot for Fireball. Okay, next up is again kind of like a sub version. This is near the end of Fireball Charming. It's her bike archer drip. She starts playing this game where she has to, while driving her bike, she has to shoot a target, and you could say she's just carrying a bow. That's not an outfit, but she has like arrow holsters on her thigh, like it's part of her outfit, and it just looks very cool. It's very Breath of the Wild coded, so it's B tier, but I would say it's above default bike, right? It's kind of like bike plus. So yeah, and then the very last outfit of Fireball Charming. Holy fuck, bro, this is so good. I love it so much. It's her baseball like pitcher outfit, and it's so good. Like, again, it has the little swirl designs on her like helmet. She has like a picture helmet, and it's full of like translucent blue Y2K details. Her like throwing arm has like this cool. There's so many amazing details, like the chest plate, the like semi-translucent chest plate, the throwing attachment. She even has like, her other arm isn't just a normal arm. It has like a shin guard and like a glove attached. It's one of the greatest like robo designs I've ever seen. It's S tier, and it's, spoiler alert, this is the best design in the show. It's top of the S tier, and that's why it gets the Mario golden coin magnet. Okay, this is to indicate true greatness. It's so fucking good, bro. I love it. I fucking love it. I'm crazy about it. Okay, that's charming. Now on to humorous, and like this is the bottom half. Her default humorous design, it's cute. I like it, but like I love these, right? I do like her massive eyes, and her hair is really cool. The fact that it's like anti-gravity, and like it's an interesting thing. The golden band on her thigh is also very cool, but in general, like I think that it wasn't intentional. It's like it's more of a kid design because she's supposed to be younger. I think that's pretty certain that she's like a young Drossel, so like the design reflects that. It's kind of like Muppet Babies, right? Where like I don't think there's a single Muppet Baby design that's better than just default Muppet design. But it's really, really good, but I just don't think it reaches the heights of the other ones. So it's going to be B tier for sure. Okay, next up. These next two are goated for sure. This is Ghost Drossel when she's trying to scare. Fuck, I forgot his name just now. Geshentis? Hold on, I have it written down here. Gedactis. She's trying to scare Gedactis, so she pretends to be a ghost, and it's cute, but also the voice and the movement she does is even cuter. So A tier for sure. Yes, I'm biased. Okay, I like spooky things. I said it before. Underneath the ghost sheet, she just has like a fucking hyper-realistic screaming man face, just like a drawing slapped on top of her face, and the scream that happens when she uncovers that is really funny. That's like, I would say, one of the top 5 moments of the entire series. It's just like, it's just so funny and so stupid. So this is also A tier. I would say it's better than the ghost, but it's not S tier. Come on, let's be, Jesus, oh my god, magnet. There we go. Let's be professionals here, okay? I like it, but come on, that's too redonkulous. The final variant design is very, very cool. It's the karaoke helmet, and she just becomes a speaker for Gedactis, and like the design by itself is awesome. Like I love the speaker ears, and again the swirls and the cyber Y2K designs, but then when it plays, she like, shakes in rhythm, and also like there's like RGB lights that go across the speaker, so it's really, really good. I'm considering putting it in S tier, because I do feel bad that there's not a single one in S tier, but like, no, I can't. It really doesn't reach any of the greatness, but like it's so close. It's so close to being S tier, but it just, if it was like a full body design, like a completely different, if it wasn't just a helmet attachment, I think it would be S tier. Okay, now on to Gebäude. I keep forgetting, this is not a good sign. I keep forgetting which one of these is default and which one of these is like an alternate version. There's only 2 designs, the default one and the different helmet one. Humorous had like, how many? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 designs, and it's a 3-episode show. Gebäude is 10 episodes, and it has only 2 designs. That's kind of an L. A really fun part of Fireball for me was seeing all the different outfits, as you can tell. And I think they kind of missed out on that in Gebäude. This is the default one. Okay, let's just do the default one. When I was assembling this board, I generally mixed up which one is the default one and which one is the alt one. It's kind of that's a bad sign, right? No surprise, it's going in D tier. Okay, it's not Drossel, obviously. It's literally not Drossel, but like it's supposed to be Gebäude's idea of Drossel, and even that it doesn't achieve that. I do like her little rabbit ear flaps. They do animate and like make her emote a lot through that, but like aren't that bleh, you know? Sorry, D tier. And then this one, this is the alternate one where she just randomly puts on a helmet. I was gonna say it's better than the default one, but like you have to have a blue eye. The fact that it has only one blue eye also sucks. You should have two. When I got to this episode, this is episode 6 of Gebäude. Generally, as I was looking at it, because like the entire episode she has the helmet, there's not a single scene where she just has her normal outfit, and the whole time I was thinking like, I know this is a new outfit, but I can't remember her default one. Like generally I can't picture it, I can't envision it, and that's 6 episodes in. Like it's so unmemorable. So like it's not F tier, obviously, that's why there isn't an F tier, but it's bottom D. It's a very, very low D. Yeah, it is very top heavy, but I'm a fan, okay? I'm a huge fan of Fireball now, and I love these designs. They're so, like, the fucking baseball one, holy shit, dude. Holy shit, it's so good. They cooked. They were in the kitchen and woof. But putting all of these outfits in order of appearance and just like, you know, thinking about order, lines, fits, order, line. What is the timeline? What is the order of events of Fireball? Is it possible to make a somewhat concise timeline of events of Fireball? Not really, no. I tried my best. This is my timeline of events. This is the timeline of Fireball as I understand it. And honestly, this turned out to be better than I expected. I'm just gonna go, you know, in the order of events, but a couple notes before I begin. First of all, very obviously, this is a front-loaded timeline. This is the year 746. That's the first event I could find. First year that something happened that I could find. And the last year is 48,794. And in the middle is the year 40,000. The entirety of the things that we see are between the year 39,298 and 48,794. So, you know, this isn't like a one-to-one line. It's very relative, but yeah. And also another note is I have taken like a throwaway line that mostly Gedächtnis says very literally. Let's take the first event as a perfect example. Year 746, the last known appearance of a monkey. At some point in the first season, he says, oh wow, the last monkey hasn't been seen in 40 millennia and 800 years ago. So from that year that episode was happening, I just subtracted the specific amount of years that he said. I don't think he would round up or round down. I think he is very specific, so I actually stand by these numbers. That's all you need to know before we just jump into it. So, you know, let's. So yeah, the first known event, year 746, last appearance of a monkey. And this made me realize, I thought the first 2,000 years, or the first 2,007 years since the show came out, are the same as real life, right? And then like, just because it's so hyper far in the future, it gets crazy. So, you know, I thought it would follow the same, you know, real life events, but no. I saw a monkey on TikTok yesterday, so this is not real. Who knew that Fireball isn't real? That's crazy development. Anyways, year 8,218, robots ponder on the appearance of humans. This is something we discover in Fireball Charming. Again, Gedächtnis just said that as a throwaway line. The Fireball human puppet is supposed to be a human based on 40 millennia and 80 years ago robotic ponderance of humans. So yeah, in the year 8218 is the last time robots even like try to figure out what humans look like. So there's been like a lot of no contact between the robots and humans. Okay, next is the year 27,866, and that's when Gedächtnis enters into the Flugel service. 1,000 years of nothing. Year 28,266 is Father's Cloak is the latest model. the cloak that Drossel has in Fireball Charming. She was 20 millennia too late to the trend of the cool red cloak. Nothing happens for 10,000 years, nothing that we know of. The year 38,410 is that's when the robots found remnants of a human vehicle. And that was the whole like charming thing that was like a prophecy at the end of Fireball Charming that just turns out to be nothing. And then the year 39,298, that's when season 4, Fireball Gebaude is happening. That's when the season starts. And then each episode is 16 years later, but it's not really. Because in the end, it turns out that Gebaude just made it all up and was just fantasizing about like, wouldn't that be so jolly instead of having to kill humans or something? I don't know. No, it's very interesting because he was the actual events of Gebaude are Gebaude just thinking, like daydreaming, right, about the events while in a war zone. But the last known pondering of appearance happened 31,000 years ago. So was it just like proxy wars? Proxy battles fought by proxy soldiers? Metal Gear Solid 4 style? Probably humans just like send out drones and shit. But yeah, even though each episode is supposed to be like 16 years apart, that's not really the case, because it was all a dream. It's all happening like probably in like a minute or something, right? Well, he was taking a smoke break. Anyways, the year 40,000, nothing happened on the specific year. We just know that the events of season 3, Fireball Humorous, are between the year 40,000 and the year 48,234. So this is like a lot of steps how we got here. So the year 48,234, that's easy. That's because that's the episode 1 of season 2, Fireball Charming. That's where it starts. And the problem is season 3 is the only season that doesn't have timestamps. Every other season, at the beginning of every episode, it tells you this is the year. So like it's very easy to track specific episodes, but Fireball Humorous doesn't have that. But in episode 3, Drossel is looking for a party outfit, and Gedächtnis gives her like, oh, here's like a pile of party relevant outfits, and one of those like accessories was like, you know, a New Year's Eve novelty glasses that said 40,000. So we know that the year 40,000 has passed. So at some point between the year 40,000 and 48,234 is when Humorous is happening. And also the audio drama, just because the audio drama is about humorous version Drossel. We also know that at some point in between the year 40,000 and 48,234, Drossel's father dies, because in Fireball Humorous he's alive. At the very end he's there, so we know he's alive, but then at some point in the 40,000s he dies. But the only event in this gap, I think, actually gives us a hint as to when he died. The year 43,266, that's when all transportation to the outside has been suspended, like from the manor. Gedächtnis reveals that in season 2, at some point he says like all transportation has been suspended since 5 millennia ago. And that lands us in the middle of the Humorous timeline. And I'm thinking this is like fully my theory, but I feel like it's very sound. Drossel's father died, and that's what triggered the lockdown. Humans have kind of just been kind of unsuccessful at the war up until this point. This was a huge win for them, and then the manor was like, oh shit, we got locked down. And that's my main theory, that father died in the year 43,266, okay? Hi, Editor Strange here. Sorry I had to pause the timeline, but as I was editing this, I realized because of the father death event, we can actually tighten up the timeline even more. Because through the entire events of Humorous, he's alive. So the death of Drossel's father marks the end of Humorous, right? So now I present to you the revised timeline of events. This is just like a macro look at just at humorous and charming, right? So yeah, so now start and end of humorous is, the start is at 40,000 and then the end is at 43,266 when her father dies. And then there's just a gap of nothing. And then that's when season 2 starts, right? So I just wanted to give you a little update on the timeline. So like, this is now truly a foolproof timeline. Anyways, sorry for this, and back to the normal timeline. Anyways, okay, the year 48,234, that's when season 2 starts. And then in the year 48,410, mankind takes control of robot international borders. We don't see really like a big payoff from that, but we just know that, you know, shit is getting serious. Humans are approaching. They're getting better at this war thing. And then the year 48,426 is when season 2 ends, because the world begins to contract, whatever the fuck that means. That's what Gedachtnis tells Drossel. She goes into this robot cocoon and just rests. And he's like, as long as you're here, the world will continue to exist, memories, blah blah. It's very mindfucky, but it took me like a couple times to rewatch it and to even like try to figure out what is happening. But I think I deciphered it and I think I have an idea on what that means. So Gedachtnis told Drossel that the world is beginning to contract, and I think that was his way of saying that humans are attacking the manor. Like for the first time ever, they've gotten this close, and he's going in like full lockdown. He's putting her in this cocoon. And she's in this cocoon, I'm pretty sure, until the beginning of season 1, right? Like this whole gap, she's just in the cocoon. And I think that cocoon is both like a defense measure for Drossel, and I won't be surprised if like she uses her processing power to just help the robots fight back. Because I think that's what Daphne said, but by like, as long as you dream and your memories, the world will exist, blah 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 blah. I think she's just like powering the fight against the humans, and she's not even aware of it, right? It's just kind of like a thing that she can do. The time between 48,426 and 48,650 is just like trying to push back the humans. And then they finally do manage to push them back a bit, just enough for Gedachtnis to be like, oh, okay, it's safe enough, you can like disengage, Drossel can live her life again. But she lost some of her memory, she doesn't remember any of that. And that's kind of like an explanation as to why doesn't season 1 talk about season 2, even though it's before, but that's just, right, prequel shenanigans. The year 48,650 is when season 1 starts. Nothing notable aside from that. Then the year 48,714, that's when humans are again fucking their shit up. Humans attack and approach manor. That's it. Nothing really comes of it other than, you know, just they're getting closer, watch out. The year 48,762, the Great Maid firing. Gedachtnis has fired 4,274 out of 7,965 maids that are employed at the manor. The economy, am I right? Shit's fucked. That's a real recession indicator right there. And then the final event, the year 48,794. Operation Fireball. So this is just the final episode of the first season. It's kind of like an open-ended ending, but I think it's like, you know, both Drossel and Gedachtnis just like admitting, okay, we've gone long enough, we've done this dance enough times, it's time to just face the music and just like try to resolve this. Those are the events of Fireball, that's it. Genuinely, I'm pretty proud of this. I think I hit the nail on the head. I challenge anyone. I challenge any fan and otherwise into the comments to try to disprove this timeline, because I am really proud of it. I am. Okay, I did good. That's the simple plot of Fireball for you. Thank you for listening. And that's more or less everything I have to say about Fireball. Wow. Like, genuinely, wow. For the life of me, I can't remember how I actually came across this. I just randomly saw it and immediately wrote it down as like a potential YouTube video topic. And really, this show and this experience made me really appreciate that I'm making YouTube videos. First of all, the only reason why I found out about this and decided to watch it is because like, oh, I could do a video about this, right? So I'm thankful to YouTube for like allowing me to find and research really cool niche things. But more importantly, if I were to watch this without making YouTube videos, I don't know what I'd do with myself. Like, I am not normal about this show anymore. It's a hyperfixation. Like, the only way I can explain my feelings about this show is it's a new special interest, okay? It's at that level. It's the level of a neurodivergent special interest, okay? I am very neurodivergent about this show. I don't know what it is, but I just love it. And I made the grave mistake of Googling merch and figures, especially. Like, lately I've been getting like really into collecting figures, and fuck, dude, there's so many good ones. It's so interesting how this anime is just niche enough that most people don't know about it, but that it has like really good figures of it. Fuck, man, I want them so bad. I'm gonna make it my life's mission to get at least 2 of them, okay? To get at least the good smile ones, the Nendoroids. Fuck, they're good. Anyways, like, I don't know what I'd do with myself if I just randomly found out about this, watched it, and then what, right? Like, how do I make this error analysis problem? Like, I just have this desire to just let it out, to yap it out. Would I just sit there with it? Like, sit on this amazing gold mine of vibes and like really cool mech designs and then just go about my life? I genuinely don't know what I would do. This is kind of a tangent, and I don't know if you care about this, but it's what I kept thinking about like while making this. While I was researching, like making the timeline, researching the fits, taking the screenshots for that, I'm like, man, I'm so happy. I'm so happy I'm doing this because I really get to engage with this show in a whole new level, right? Like, I'm making a presentation that like 12 people are gonna watch, but I can expel it, right? I can just like send it out into the world and like a love letter, and then move on with my life much more easily than if I were to just sit with it, let it stew, right? But yeah, this show is really good. It's not a masterpiece, right? It's not gonna change your life, but it's just a great 2 hours. Going down the rabbit hole was just such a great night for me. I spent all my research just like, I think it was a day and a half. It was awesome. I can't wait to do it again with something else. It's great. It's great. It's gonna stay with me forever. It's I don't know what it is. It's really not that special. It's not something a person would say like, it's gonna be with me until the day I die. But it's not worthy of that, but for some reason, that's how I feel. I just love her. I love her design so much, dude. It's so good. She is the GOAT. Her animations and her movements are so great, and it's just so mwah, chef's kiss. I don't even want more. That's something I've been thinking about ever since I made the Gregory Horror Show video. And I actually wish I talked about that, but my sister made like a really good point. Because I was talking about how like, oh man, fans really want new Gregory Horror Show stuff, but they keep getting ass. And then she was like, why would they want more? Why can't they just let it end? Because there's like a lot of things that I'm a fan of that I'm perfectly fine not getting more content of. Like, just let it sit. You know, just let it be. You had a great run. Even if you didn't have a great run, it's been a journey. And you can just move on, right? That's how I feel with Gregory Horror Show, and that's how I feel with Fireball. That was the point of Geboide, right? It's okay. It's okay for a journey to just be a journey that has a beginning and an end. And I don't know how I got here. I'm loving it. This is all just like an incoherent rant at the end, but so I'm okay with there not being more Fireball things. I just want more people to know that it was a thing, right? Like, the biggest cultural impact Fireball had is people online see Drossel and think, oh, is that a version of Hatsune Miku? Oh, that's Hatsune Miku. That's Robot Hatsune Miku. And like, I see the resemblance. Yeah, but like, it is, and so much more, right? I never stood a chance really with this show because Hatsune Miku is my beloved. The robot Hatsune Miku, who am I to say no to that, right? Yeah, I researched like what the animation studio did after this and before this, and like not much really. They made like an original anime called Appleseed 13 that I might watch. Doesn't look this interesting, but just the fact that they made Fireball, I would be willing to give them a shot. They didn't really follow up Fireball with anything specific. It was just like a lightning in a bottle, right? Disney Hatsune Miku, impeccable, incredible. We'll probably never see the likes of something like this again, and you know, that's fine. I love Fireball. I really, really do. Check it out. Or, you know, sit with the knowledge that this exists. That's all I ask for at this point. Just know that it's a thing. Remember it. This is my mission now with my video. Become aware of Fireball. If you're a fan of Fireball who searched up Fireball on YouTube and this came up, hi, I'm a new Fireball fan. I hope I don't disappoint. And that's it. I'm done. I'm all fireballed out. I think I let it out of my system. It's your problem now. Thanks for watching. Check out my other deep dives. I haven't done one of these videos in a while, I think. It feels like that. And it's good to be back. This was really, really fun. I love this. I love you. Cube. Bye. Mortuary Assistant. Great. Amazing game. It doesn't look like it. Like, look at that. It doesn't look like a good game, but it is. And they made a movie. Did you guys know that they made a Mortuary Assistant movie? It came out January. It came out this year. And I was so excited for it. I didn't expect it to be as good as the game, but I still had, you know, like some hope for it to like be something. Because it is, you know, like the plot of the game is very movie-like. It's very cinematic and like, you know, I can see this being a good movie. It's not. God. Good Lord, is it an awful movie. Genuinely one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life. I think it's like top 5 worst movies of all time. For me, I was just shocked and appalled by how truly horrendous it was. I didn't expect it to be this bad. It's so bad that I can't stop thinking about it. In preparation for this video, I've rewatched the movie 3 times now. I'm probably gonna have to do a 4th rewatch. And every single time I watch it, I find new bad things in it. It's crazy. But in order for you, dear viewer, to truly understand and wrap your little tiny mind around how bad the movie is, I will have to go through the plot of the game and just like how the game works, so you can appreciate like how to do Mortuary Assistant well versus how not to do Mortuary Assistant at all. So yeah, first I'll be covering the game. I'll try to keep it brief, but you know, no promises. I do always make it a point to have my little, you know, YouTube chapters all sorted. So if you're familiar with the game and are here just for the truly brutal teardown of the movie, feel free to skip ahead. Oh, also one more warning. Throughout this whole video, for whatever reason, I just cannot stick to one name for Raymond Delver, the main character's boss. I call him Richard, Raymond, Delver, Mr. Delver, Boss, Mr. Boss. This movie has melted my brain. That will become very, very apparent, so please understand. I am not a genius. Okay, game time! The year is 1998. You play as Rebecca, The game opens with a mess of reused assets arranged to look like a diner scene. And Rebecca is talking to her grandma, just updating her on like what's been going on in her life. Rebecca tells her grandma that her old mortuary professor hired her and that she's about to have her like final embalming evaluation. Her grandma, even though she's a bit creeped out by the job and also the location of the job, is still proud of her. And she says that Rebecca's dad would be proud of her, and then she gives her dad's necklace, and like Rebecca is apprehensive about it. So you can already tell there's some, you know, lore. Next, the game starts proper, like you actually play the game and you play through the evaluation, and that's basically like the tutorial and the setup of the game. It's very nicely done. Your boss, Richard Delver, is waiting there and he's just like walking you through the embalming process. And as you're embalming the guy, some slightly spooky stuff is happening until a very spooky thing happens, and at that point your boss boss promptly just sends you home. He's like, oh, don't worry about it. Just like, just all the building stuff. Why don't you go home and rest? And then back home, Rebecca is just stressing out about that moment because she thought like she fucked up or something. But then she gets a call from Mr. Delver, and he basically says like, oh, sorry about that. 3 new bodies have come in. Nobody else is available. Can you come in and do the night shift for me? And she's like, okay. You come over, and as soon as you enter the mortuary, a weird shadowy figure locks you into the mortuary, and you get a call. Turns out that's Mr. Delver, and he tells her like, you have to listen to me or you're fucked. Listen to the tapes. There's tapes. They'll tell you what to do, blah, 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 blah. And Rebecca is like, just not amused. She thinks this is some like weird unprofessional hazing, and she's like, ugh, whatever, I'm gonna do this and then I quit. This is bullshit. And then like you actually play the game. This is the true start of the game, and you have like these little audio tapes everywhere that were recorded by Richard, and they're just explaining how to do the spooky demonic side of the game. So the game works in shifts. Every shift there's 3 bodies that you have to process and bomb, right? But like one of them is possessed. You have to determine which one of the bodies is possessed. Then you also have to figure out which house of demons has possessed this body, and you figure this out by burning these letting strips that like reveal one of 4 sigils. And then when you find them all out by process of elimination, you figure out which house of demons they belong to, and then you arrange this like tablet in the order of the correct house and demon. Then you place that thing on the corpse, and then you burn it. You incinerate the body. But yeah, throughout the beginning of the shift, Rebecca just thinks, oh, this is some like stupid prank bullshit, until the scary shit starts happening. Throughout the entire shift, the demon is fucking with Rebecca because it wants to win, it wants to escape or whatever. So there's just like a bunch of hallucinations, scares, and everything happening throughout every shift. And when the first scare happens, Rebecca is like, fuck this, I'm out. And you can actually like start going outside, but then like a voice in Rebecca will start saying like, oh, you don't actually want to leave, you want to stay and do. And she's like, oh, I guess I do want to stay. And this is such a nice way of dealing with the whole, like, oh, why doesn't the MC just leave, right? It doesn't spend too much time meandering on the mechanics of like, how can she leave, how can she stay, this and that. It's like she's simply compelled by like some sort of demonic entity to stay, therefore she stays. It's quite elegant. It gives the player a good enough reason not to dwell on it, and then it lets the story move on to actual fun, the ooky spooky part of the game, right? But while we're on the subject of scares, there's 3 categories of scares, basically. There's just like random spooky shit is happening scares. Then there's lore behind the mortuary scares, where you like learn more about Richard and the demons and this whole demon war in the mortuary office. And then the 3rd category is Rebecca's personal like guilt and demons haunting her. There's a lot of scares in general, and there's also like multiple Rebecca's backstory scares and hallucinations, and as they happen, we piece together Rebecca's backstory. So Rebecca was a drug addict. All her childhood basically was spent being on drugs. One time when she was high, just like near the lake, her dad found her, and while trying to get her and get help, he slipped and fell and just like died. He like broke his neck on a rock and died. And that's been haunting Rebecca her whole life, right? Like she blames her for her dad's death. You can totally understand why Rebecca feels guilty, and also like this is really good ammo for the demons, right? So I'm going over Rebecca's origin story at this point in the video simply because it makes sense to say it now, but like in the actual playthrough of the game, you don't find out all of this on your first playthrough. You like slowly unravel it throughout multiple shifts and days. And it's like a very satisfying like progression. Because from the get-go, you do understand there's something there with Rebecca, but you don't really know what. And then slowly the pieces started falling in place, and it's very satisfying. It's a very nice way to reveal the backstory. But anyways, we somehow prevail through all of those evil demonic scares and bullshittery, and we embalm all the corpses. We find the possessed one, correctly mark it, and then we burn it. And then the furnace explodes. But that's okay. That's just how it works. And we wake up to find Richard standing over us and just congratulating us. We did it. We survived. And this is our life now, basically. We will be forever haunted by the forces of hell, and you just have to fight. You just have to prevail one night at a time. Pretty bleak, but pretty cool. And that's ending 1 of 6. And even though they're called endings, they're not really mutually exclusive. Well, aside from the one bad ending where you just fail to identify the possessed body, and then you in turn become possessed and kill Raymond. All the other endings are just varying levels of good, from like neutral to like interesting to they're cumulative. It would be more accurate to think of them as shift endings. Every time you start a new game, it's a new shift, and it's just like stacks. So you can get one of 6 endings to your shift. Endings 1 and 2 are more or less the same, because ending 1 is just like, oh, you did it, you survived. And then when you play through the shift again, Raymond is like, oh, you did it again. This is your life now. You're getting pretty good. Keep it up. Then ending 3 is the bad ending where you get possessed. And then we have 2 Valerie-specific endings. Valerie is the coffin woman that Raymond has stored in the basement. That's where he gets the reagent from. Through a bunch of convoluted steps, you can finally go down to the basement and you find her. And you can either just find her, like, whoa, this is fucked up. Anyways, go back to just playing the normal game. That's how you unlock one ending, where you just, in the morning, you tell Raymond, like, bro, you can't be doing this. And he's like, yeah, I can, because she's possessed and we need her blood, bro. You've been getting her blood too. And she's like, oh, yeah, true. And then the other Valerie ending is actually the 6th secret ending. Through even more convoluted steps, you free Valerie, thinking that, you know, she's just a chick. But of course, she's possessed, as Raymond has been telling you. And this is the Raymond aura farming ending. He is just a giga chad, because Valerie is about to kill Rebecca, and then Raymond walks in, stops her, just does some like crazy fucking anti-demon magic blast spells, and then he just tells Rebecca, like, fuck off. Like, I'm not angry at you, you didn't know any better, just go home and sleep. Then he uncovers an even deeper secret level of the basement, where he's keeping his own possessed mother alive as basically a backup possessed person. And man, Raymond is so cool. He's like such a cool like 80s slasher protagonist, right? He's just like punished Venom doctor, right? He's awesome. And then the last ending is the closure ending, where you get closure for your daddy issues. So at the beginning of every shift, you start actually in your apartment, where you have to grab your keys and go. If you rummage around the house, you can actually find Rebecca's sobriety coins and her father's necklace that her grandma gave her. And then if you bring that with you, at one point there's gonna be, in the shift, there's gonna be like a special scare, a special hallucination, where you use those items, and then if you do that later in the shift, it triggers the closure, where like your dad transports you to the white void, I guess heaven, maybe, I don't know, and he basically tells her, like, you know, it's cool. We're cool. You're a stupid kid, you didn't know no better, carry on with your life, you have to live your life, baby girl. She's like, wow, you're right. The end. It's a very sweet ending. It's very earned, because like you went through hell and back to like discover her backstory and then to resolve it. It's awesome. And those are all the endings in the game. And technically you could get any of those endings on your first playthrough, but it's like extremely unlikely, because A, you have to know to do those specific things, and B, you have to get specific scares to get the information you need. So with previous knowledge you could do it, but even then it would be like pretty tricky to do it. But if you're just starting a new game and blind, not knowing anything about it, no way in hell are you getting those other like secret and more elaborate endings. Just, there's no way. And that's the simple plot of the game. And it actually is pretty simple, because it's like very cinematic. It's a very cool story and plot. Now that we've seen how good Mortuary Assistant can be, let's see how absolutely dog shit it can also be through the movie. I'm saying now we're going to be talking about the movie. So the movie starts with the embalming evaluation scene. And I don't really have anything against that. I don't really mind that. That's like a pretty good place to start. The only thing I have to say is, holy shit, does this movie look bad. This looks like complete and utter dog shit. The color grading is awful. The set is the most obvious set ever. Like, it looks like a Seinfeld box. It's really, really bad. The prosthetics and the props, they're all really, really bad. I know this movie had a shoestring budget of like 3 million, so I know why. I'm still gonna comment on how utterly and completely shitty this looks. But anyways, after the embalming evaluation scene and just her boss congratulating basically Rebecca, you know, you're hired. After that comes a slew of completely new, exclusive to the movie scenes. Spoiler alert, they're not good. Nothing good was added. So Rebecca is at an AA meeting and she's being handed her 1 year token, right? She's been sober for 1 year. If you've seen like an AA meeting scene in a movie, you've seen this scene. It's like super formulaic, and her grandma is there and she's like so proud of her, and her sponsor is there too, and she is the world's worst sponsor. Like literally on Rebecca's 1 year clean day, she's like, don't get high now. You're very likely to get high now. I've seen a lot of people reach this point and then fall off, and you will too. And it's like, come on, she sucks. And then after that scene is like a very nonsensical scene. Literally on the same day, right after that ceremony and the celebration, she's contemplating buying drugs. It's a scene where she's staring at a drug dealer through her car and like debating, should I, shouldn't I? And it's like, what? This came out of nowhere. Like, this is completely out of left field. She doesn't get high, but she thought about it long and hard. I'm saying this is a waste of time. This is a total waste of time. So next, Rebecca's boss calls Rebecca that he's actually gonna need her to come in for the night shift, even though originally he said, you know, like, the night shift isn't for you. You're just a day shift girly. But he's like, oh, 3 new cadavers came in and like everyone's swamped, so I need you to come in and do this. And she's like, okay. And away we go. So next she's walking into the mortuary. So there's this like establishing shot of the mortuary. It looks completely different from the game. Admittedly, the movie version is more realistic. Like, I feel like this is how a mortuary office would look like IRL. It's just like a 2-story government building. While in the game, it's this like little house in the middle of nowhere that's just completely secluded, but like it works so well. It's so like weird and freaky and spooky, and like, how is this a mortuary, right? It also adds to the whole like, you're isolated, there's no running away anyway. Well, this, first of all, it's a 2-story building. We never see the second story. It's like so demystified, it's so despookified. It's a very, very lame change. In general, like, they do like multiple mortuary office layout changes, and they're all for the worse. For some reason, they removed all the doors from the hallway of the office. I don't really care, but they had like a super long and boring explanation why Richard felt the need to remove all the doors. Like, he could focus more on work. And like, I don't care, bro. Get on with the story. There's also the little attic. In the game, it was completely separated from the office. It was like outside of the office, it's a little hatch and you go down it, but here it's just the basement, right? There's just a door that leads downstairs. And again, that's more realistic, but completely unspooky, right? It like, again, demystifies the whole vibe. It's just lame. But anyways, Rebecca clocks in, and on her clipboard, she sees that the next cadaver needs to be both embalmed and cremated. And she's like, huh, that's weird, but oh well, the boss wants what the boss wants. So she gets to work, and it's there's this really funny scene. The cadavers like guts are falling out, and then there's this almost a minute long scene of her trying to like squish the guts back into his body. But like, the props are so bad. It's just like a very obviously rubber tube, and then after her trying to squish it in, she just takes like scissors and cuts it off. So what's the point of trying to squish them back in if you just like, just cut them off? Why did we waste so much time on this scene? What's the point of this? But anyways, she embalms the body and then just puts it in the incinerator and burns it. She doesn't do any of the, demon possession work or anything. She just like raw dog puts it in the fire. She starts prepping for the next body, but the spooky stuff is slowly starting to happen. She doesn't notice any of it except that she like has these lapses in time. She's picking up some things, and then the camera does like a dolly zoom on her almost, and then like an X amount of time has passed, and now she's sitting. So she's starting to feel. She doesn't know what she's feeling, but yeah, she's starting to feel the possession taking hold. But whatever, she's just gonna power through it, and now she starts working on the next body. And dude, this next scene has broken my brain. I hated it the first time I saw it, but the second time and now third time watching it, it makes no sense. For the life of me, I can't understand what they were trying to achieve this. What was the point? So she's moving the second body now into the furnace, and on her way to the furnace, furnace, the power cuts out, like there's no lights. And she pulls out her phone, sees that it's like 1% battery, and she's like, oh man. She turns on the flashlight. She goes back to like the entrance of the mortuary where the office is, so she can rummage through the desk as to try to find like a source of light or something, while using her phone that still has enough charge for a flashlight. So she's flashing with her phone the desk, and then she finds this like mysterious box, and it's a box of those letting strips. And as soon as she pulls out one, it automatically combusts on fire. She doesn't question whatsoever, and she's like, that'll work. And then she starts going back to the body with her little strip of fire and her phone with the flashlight still working. It still has enough charge for the flashlight to be on. And then the scene cuts to her like next to the body, but now the phone is mysteriously gone. She's only using the letting strip as a source of light, only to push the body like 3 steps forward, where the next scene is her just pressing the button of the furnace and it automatically closing and setting the body on fire. What? And also in the background of that scene, you can see the lights are on in the hallway. What the fuck was the point of that? Because like the way I interpret it, the point was, oh, she can't see, so she's gonna get like a lighter or something so she can see to do her job. But like, A, it's 3 steps away, and you've done this like 100 times now, you know how it works. B, use your phone. Like genuinely, she spent more time with her phone searching for a source of light than using said source of light to finish the job. Like, I'm pretty sure that was the point of this scene. Like, that's what they were going for, but they failed spectacularly. You could argue, oh, it's not that she needed light, she needed fire to start up the furnace. It's a tiny little strip of paper. By the time she got there, it was already like burned away. And the next scene, the furnace was already working. It was like pre-fired and the strip of paper was nowhere to be seen. I sincerely doubt it. It was like, oh, I need fuel, I need kindling for the fire. It's so stupid. Completely nonsensical. I genuinely don't understand. I rewatched this scene like 10 times now, trying to understand it. And it's just like Lovecraftian horror, like not meant for the mortal realm to understand it, right? It's just, this is beyond our realm. This is like nth dimension filmmaking. The craziest fucking thing about this scene is that this could have been easily avoided if they stuck to the game setting, because the game is set in 1998. For some reason, this movie is set in modern times, and there's no reason whatsoever. Like literally, all she does is she pulls out her phone twice in the movie. And both times it's just unnecessary and stupid. But especially in this moment, if the movie was set in 1998, it wouldn't be this abhorrent of a scene, right? It would still be pretty broken, but at least, you know, like there wouldn't be this whole like just use your flashlight thing. It's so stupid. They created their own fucking problems for no reason whatsoever. It's just mind-boggling. It boggles the mind. Now this inconceivably horrible scene is followed up by another painfully awful set of scenes. This is the Interruptatron 3000 scene in my head. So Rebecca starts working on the third and final body. She hears some knocking, like coming from the entrance, and she starts going through the hallway and she sees a shadowy figure just staring at her, like leaning over. This is a very common scare in the game. He's like an iconic guy, and it's constantly knocking, and she's just looking at him, just saying hello, Mr. Delver. And she sees him almost point blank. She's just staring at him. She's like, hello. And then the lights flicker and he's gone, and she's like, ugh, whatever. Like literally, she just like rolls her eyes and goes back. Like, what? She just doesn't react. And then she turns around to see the body is missing. And her reaction, what the? And then the phone rings. So, oh, I simply must see who's calling. Who cares about the missing body? I simply must answer. So she just doesn't react to the body. She runs over to the phone to hear her dad's voice, and she's like, who is this? And then just hangs up. And then she sees blood on her hand. She sees that her arm is like cut up, and she's like, oh my god. And she takes off her jacket only to see that it's gone. Like, it's not there anymore. And before she could react, the phone rings again, and she answers the phone, and it's her dad like calling the police because his daughter is missing, right? It's like the scene when she was a kid, when she was 14, the day he died. And then she doesn't react. She just like falls, and it cuts to her falling in bed, right? Like she just lost consciousness. And it's like, dude, Throughout that entire cavalcade of scares, not a single scare has been allowed to end. Each scare was interrupted by another scare. It was just like a gauntlet, but not in a good way, right? It just feels like there's no conclusion. And she never once reacted at all. She doesn't scream, she doesn't emote, she doesn't do anything. And this is like a prevailing thing in the whole movie. She doesn't scream once, which is crazy to me. And this actress, I don't know if anyone recognized her, but I did. She was in the CW Arrow show, right? Like the Green Arrow thing, and she's Little Arrow. She's the little sister of Oliver. She can act. She can have emotions, believe it or not, but she is capable of having feelings, even though this movie is really trying to convince us that she in fact can't. She is in fact Pinocchio. Bro, let the girl yell or something. But anyways, that was just a mess. God, this movie is so fucking exhausting, man. Okay, so yeah, Rebecca wakes up in her bed in her home, and then there's some loud banging outside. It's still night. It's her sponsor, because Rebecca has apparently called her sponsor over, even though she doesn't remember that. Her sponsor is immediately just going off on her, oh, so I see you got high, huh, you little piece of shit. I see you got some action, you got a buzz going. And Rebecca's like, no, dude, I don't remember nothing, but I didn't get high. And she's like, no, dude, you failed, okay? You're a failure, but that's okay, we start over. She is a horrible sponsor. She sucks. And she hugs Rebecca, and then Rebecca gets possessed, and she starts clawing at her back, jumping her, attacking her, and she kills her. She kills her sponsor. Good. And then when Rebecca realizes what she's done, she calls the one person that can help her in this situation. Her boss, for whatever reason. That doesn't really make sense, but the plot dictates that she talks to Mr. Delver now. And yeah, she starts telling oh, I don't know what to do. I'm home. And then he's like, you're home? You went back home? Why would you do this? And why wouldn't she do this? This makes no sense, because he kind of set her up for failure, because in the movie he didn't explain to her what's happening and what she needs to do. He only told her yo, clock in and then burn all 3 bodies. But that would only guarantee that she loses and gets possessed, and in the game when you get possessed you kill him. So what? This makes no sense. I don't know why they did it this way. But anyways, he's like, oh, I know it's scary, but the only safe place for you right now is the mortuary. And she's like, you knew that it was scary? And he's like, yeah, but I had no choice. Come on, come over and I'll explain everything. And she's like, what the I don't trust you. And then her sponsor gets up, and when Rebecca notices that, she just books it. She just runs out without screaming or yelling or anything. She just silently runs out. She opens the door, and of course it's her sponsor that just now arrived. So this was all a hallucination, you guys. This whole home segment was an 8-minute long hallucination. Isn't that poggers? Isn't that awesome? That's totally not a colossal waste of time, right? Anyways, she gets to the mortuary, and then the stupidest stuff. Dude, this next scene is so fucking funny. Oh my god, it's just Delver opening the door, and he looks so stupid. He looks like the mom I threw up kid. He looks like he shat his pants. He looks like he's opening the door for his wife's boyfriend. Switch in hand, ready to sit in the fucking cock chair. Oh my god, dude. He's just missing the stupid little propeller kid had. He looks... Why did they direct him this way? Oh my god, he looks so fucking stupid, bro. Poor Raymond. They have de-chadified him like crazy. This is fucking character assassination. You've seen in the game how cool he is. He's a fucking giga chad. And here, every single scene with him is just, he's the lamest person ever. There's this one scene near the beginning. He looks so stupid. It's from the side, and he's fucking pot belly is out, and he just looks like a fucking toddler. I know that's rich coming from me, a fucking bloated pig corpse man, but it's not the actor's fault. It's the direction and the clothing department that did him dirty. Because throughout this whole movie, he has this most unflattering fucking shirt tuck ever. where he just has a beer belly, like a fucking pot belly beer gut. And he looks, especially in that scene where he's like this, he just looks like a fucking drunk stepdad watching the big game or something. He's supposed to be like aura farming in that scene. It's so bad. Look how they massacred my daddy, my Delph. Evil. I feel bad for the actor because he looks so stupid. Every single scene. Every single scene, he looks like a toddler, man. Like, just, God, poor guy. Anyways, so now Delver is finally debriefing Rebecca on, like, what's actually happening. He just, does a lore drop, like, oh, you're being possessed. This is just your life now, basically. And then he starts, like, explaining the marks, the letting strips on all of that. But he's only literally, like, one sentence into explain the actual mechanics of it when Rebecca gets possessed. Then he, like, calls her, like, 12 fucking times. I don't know what that is necessary. It's like a scene where he's like, Rebecca, 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 Rebecca. Rebecca is now possessed again, and bro immediately starts unbuttoning his shirt. Out of context, it looks so bad. Like, he is ready to fuck that demon, dude. Bro is a ghost fucker. But obviously, because we play the game, we know it's to reveal his cool tattoos, right? But like, she interrupts him before he reveals that, so he just looks like he was getting ready to fuck that demon, right? Sadly, Delver doesn't manage to fuck that demon, because Demon Rebecca basically just chases Delver out of the mortuary. Delver just runs out and locks her inside. And then Rebecca comes to her and she's like, you're supposed to help me, please let me out. And he's like, nope, and just walks off. Like, immediately he just leaves. And then, oh man, incomprehensible scene number 312. So she's just sitting on the floor, basically just sobbing. The camera cuts to the cool white monster, and this is like, side tangent, this is the one good looking prop, good looking part of the movie, and you can tell that like the entire budget just went to this suit. So she's sitting on the floor, the camera jump cuts to him just standing there menacingly, the music immediately picks up, and Rebecca just starts sprinting from the entrance of the mortuary to like the back, and she's like trying to open the door, that's locked. She runs up to the windows and she starts banging on them, and then she's like, job well done, and walks over to the phone trying to see if it's working. And it's like, what? The order of events makes it seem like the white monster guy, he triggered the running. He made Rebecca run, but he was like on the other side of the mortuary and she didn't see him. So it was just like unrelated. He appears and she thinks like, ooh, I should sprint around the mortuary trying to see if any of the doors are unlocked. All the time this like wild, frantic Scooby-Doo music plays. I got whiplash watching this scene. It makes no sense. The editing is horrendous. This movie seriously has some of the worst editing I've ever seen, if not the worst editing. It always confuses the plot. It makes you think like, wait, what actually happened? Like, what is the order of events? It's a really confusing experience. So this scene is so incomprehensibly awkward and just nonsensical and just stilted. There's no way this was the intended scene, right? I'm pretty sure, just like, because that's the vibe I'm getting. I think originally it was shot that like the white monster guy appears in front of Rebecca and she like spots him, then she tries to run away from him. That was the scene. And then like later in post they realize like, oh, this doesn't make sense. So like, things changed around the scene. So then they just like awkwardly edited it into this. So it's somehow better, but like it's just so awkward. It's just I'm flabbergasted. Like, cause like what? But okay, after that nonsensical scene, Rebecca sits down at the desk where Delver was explaining to her how things work, because that's where the mark is and his journal, and she's like, okay, I'm gonna sit down, I'm gonna study, right? Like, she's gonna figure out how this shit works. But then the interrupted on 5000 happens. So she's interrupted by some knocking in the back room, so she goes there to see that it's her grandma, just like banging on the window, like, let me in, let me in. But before she could react, her dad appears behind her. But before she could react, her dad tackles her and starts like stabbing her leg with a scalpel. But before she could react, it turns out she's the one stabbing herself with the scalpel in the leg. And just as she's finally reacting, her dad appears yet again on the other side of the hallway, and she runs out back into the cold storage and like barricades herself inside. While in the cold storage, like the demon is toying with her, teasing her, whatever, and then like dies lies down and she like looks outside the window of the doors to like see if the coast is clear. Then I realized, because like in that scene when she's looking through the window, you can see the corpse on the table. It wasn't there before. That's the body that disappeared way earlier in the movie. You know, like when the body disappears and she didn't react, it's been gone the whole time, and just now it reappeared out of nowhere. Like no one mentions it, no one acknowledges it. Like I went back and checked, I timed it. The body has been gone for over 20 minutes from the movie. Like literally, she's been in that room without the body. Delver has been in that room without the body. They've been in that room together without the body. And none of them are like, oh, where's the last body? Like none of them react to that. And just out of nowhere it appears. Like what? 100% there was just a mistake, right? There was just a continuity error, but like dude, for 20 minutes, a body has been missing just for the lols. Oh my god. This next scene is literally Rebecca just patching up her leg that she stabbed with the scalpel. Literally, that's all. And it lasts for 3 minutes. I timed it. 3 minutes and 5 seconds to be exact. It's just her sewing up her leg. Who cares? Why is this important? This is a 90-minute movie, bro. And 3 minutes of that is spent on this. What the fuck? So after that nothing scene, Rebecca tries to continue the embalming of the body, but the body fights back. And after a bit of lame fighting, she restrains the body with the world's thinnest wire that's like no way in hell can hold anyone. But I digress. The phone rings, and it's Delver telling Rebecca that in order to finish the ritual, she must slice her wrist and cover the body in her blood. And that's sus as hell. Rebecca being Rebecca, she listens. So she does that, she burns the body, and then an explosion happens that triggers like a hallucination flashback for Rebecca. Somehow Rebecca, seeing that hallucination, knows that for whatever reason this was a failure, so she calls Delver on the phone and she's like, this didn't work, bro. And he's like, what are you talking about? Turns out, of course, that wasn't Delver, that was just the demon fucking with her. And he's telling her like, I've been trying to call you for hours. You need to find the tapes, watch the tapes, don't trust the phone. And hangs up. So Rebecca goes downstairs and she finds the tapes that Delver was talking about. It's pretty much the same tapes as the ones in the game. They're like explaining to you how this works. Admittedly, a nice touch. This is a videotape. It's like a VHS tape, which is much more interesting to watch than just like an audio tape. In this tape, Delver is just like recording himself going over like how the procedure works, and he even records himself getting the blood from Valerie in order to make the reagent. So Rebecca watches this tape and now she finally knows the full setup. Now she finally knows what to do. We are at minute 60 of a 90-minute movie. Like, to the dot, the movie is 90 minutes long. Just now does Rebecca know the full procedure. In the game, we have this knowledge at minute 15. It's ridiculous. The pacing is so bizarre. Like, why split up the explanation in two? To just add random bullshit in the middle? Why couldn't Raymond just like through the door tell her, watch the tapes, listen to the tapes, and then leave? But no, he immediately left, ran back home, and then for hours has been trying to call her to say, watch the tapes, hang up. What? Like, it makes no sense. Like, genuinely, what are we doing, bro? What the fuck are we doing? What is happening? Why are we here? Just to suffer? Yes. That's the point of this movie, dude. It's time for yet another mind-melting scene. So I watched this movie for the first time. I watched this with my sister, and we just were so confused by this scene. So this next sequence is her finding all of the marks and filling them out, right? Like, this is kind of a translation of one-to-one the gameplay to movie. There's so many continuation errors that happen, and it's so confusing. So she's going through a journal, and she's like, okay, time to do this, time to figure this out. And she has the mark next to her, and she places down 2 tokens on it. It cuts to her walking around looking for marks with a letting strip. Then she finds one symbol, and it cuts to her back at the mark again, filling it out, but now it's empty. There's none of the 2 marks that she put down, so she only put 1. So me and my sister, we thought like, oh, is this like a weird flashback, right? Like, she's found all of the marks first, and then she sat down to like put them on the thing, on the tablet, but it's not. It's just the first scene was a continuation error. Because when she puts that first symbol, she gets up, and then the next scene is her finding another symbol. And while she's looking around, just random scares are happening, and none of them are good or anything. And again, she doesn't emote. She's just like, moving on. Finally, while she's finding the last symbol, a big hallucination / flashback / scare happens. She's in the bathroom, and all of a sudden, like, water starts bursting out of everywhere, and she's like trying to find a way out, and she slips and falls, which triggers the flashback of her dad. And we see the first part of Rebecca's backstory, of her dad finding her, right? Like, it just cuts to kid Rebecca passed out, and then the dad finding her, like, oh, I'll be right back, and then he runs out. After that, Rebecca wakes up and goes to put the final sign on the tablet. It's just shot and edited so awkwardly that it's really confusing. Anyways, Rebecca has assembled the mark, the tablet, the whatever, and now the only thing she's missing is the reagent, basically Valerie's blood. So she goes downstairs to Valerie, and she's like shocked and appalled, like, oh my god, what is he doing to you? As if she didn't A, see the tape, and B, in one of the hallucinations that I skimmed over, she like saw Valerie in that coffin, and like, how is this news to you? But anyways, Rebecca is like, I'm so sorry, I'll be back. For now, I just need your blood. So she takes one of the little bottles. Now this next part is a little math conundrum for you. So she's already burned 3 bodies, which a total failure in the game. She sucks at the Mortuary Assistant game, but I digress. She's burned through 3 bodies, and now she's looking for a 4th body to burn. And she's in the cold room, like looking through the different bodies, trying to see which one is the possessed body. And she goes through 4 bodies until the last one she finds, like, oh yeah, this is the possessed one. So 3 plus 4 is 7, as we all know. But in one of the previous scenes, we got a shot at like all of the cold room body slots, and there's only 5. How does that make sense? And for every previous scene when she would like roll out the body, she would get it from that container. So what? But once Rebecca picks out the body, she continues the process, the ritual, and she burns it. It is the right body. And then next she decides to go back downstairs and free Valerie. But when she opens the door like leading to the basement, at the bottom of the stairs, she sees the white monster guy, and she's like, oh man, I thought it was gonna be over. She does not care about that guy. She's reactionless. Nothing phases this chick. But then her dad appears behind her and pushes her like, it's never over, blah. And that triggers the part 2 of Dead Dad flashback. And the flashback continues right where it like left off. The dad starts to, go to find help, and he stumbles onto the fucking monster guy. What? He spots him and he's like scared, and that's what causes him to slip and fall. And that's why he dies. What? Why? Why do it like that? Way to ruin a great origin story, a great flashback. It makes it that much lame that Rebecca isn't to blame for her father's death, because like that had weight. You could understand her feelings, right? Like you would want her to still like grow and move on from it and, get some closure. All this adds is even more plot holes and questions. So does that mean she's been haunted her whole life, but she just never knew about it? But how? Because for her entire life, the demons have been haunting Raymond, not her. So like, why is this? How does this make sense? What? Like, it simply doesn't make sense. They just fucked it. They did, like, there's nothing else to say. They fucked it. Fuck. This sucks. This movie fucking sucks, okay? I don't know if you noticed, this movie blows. Rebecca wakes up from the flashback dimension, I guess, and she sees her dad standing over her, and she's like, Dad? And he walks up to her, and then it cuts to them in the white void. And this is the closure ending now. Where, like, her dad is, don't blame yourself, you gotta move on, you gotta live your life. It's pretty much 1-to-1 like the closure ending in the game. Except, holy fucking green screen, Batman. This is woof. So after the dad moment is over, she wakes up on the embalming table for some reason upstairs, and her like wrist cut is healed, and it's like almost dawn, and she's starting to walk outside, and then she hears Valerie like crying for her, and she's like, I guess I'll help her. What? Before the dad dimension, she was heading downstairs to help Valerie. Did she forget about her? Like, did she change her mind? That makes no sense. She has the mind of a squirrel. She hears a noise or a thing and that's her new primary objective. She just goes to that. There's no premeditation, no forethought. So she goes downstairs, bolt cutters in hand, and frees Valerie from the coffin. And of course it was a trap. Valerie is gone, right? It's just the demon inside, and it starts attacking Rebecca. And then our savior, the fucking lame chud himself, Delver, walks into frame with his shirt already unbuttoned. And he's pushing her back with his tattoo, and he just looks like fucking Iron Man charging up the Unibeam. It's so funny because he walked into frame already like that. I'm just imagining him unbuttoning his shirt upstairs and holding it open, and then like walking all the way down that staircase, and then walking into frame all while his tits are out. But yeah, Delver successfully re-traps Valerie in the coffin and then turns to Rebecca, and she is freaking out. This is the one and only time she is capable of emotion. It makes no sense. Like, she is hyperventilating. She's like, what the fuck is happening? Like, what is going on? Don't come any closer. And he's like, it's okay. Just come with me upstairs and I'll explain everything. What more is there to explain, bro? She knows how everything works. She knows what she did. I don't know, man. What a fucking mess. But yeah, now they're upstairs. He's basically telling her, you know, like the ending one spiel. This is our life now. There's no changing nothing. We just gotta day in and day out fight against demons. Join me, won't ya? And she's like, doesn't really say anything and just walks out. And then she like just looks around. She sees kids playing on the playground across the street and like, beauty. Why the fuck is there a playground across from a fucking mortuary office, right? What a horrible placement for a playground. Because I'm imagining just like on the daily, they're just driving in bodies. Jesus Christ. Anyways, she enjoys the sights, you know, of life, of nature, until she sees the white monster guy in the fucking woods or something. And then she turns around and goes back inside. Bitch, go sleep. And that's the ending. How fucking stupid. The fact that like the entire movie is just one shift. It's like, imagine if the Five Nights at Freddy's movie was just one night. Everything happens in one night. And that's also like, they crammed every single ending into one shift. And maybe that could work, but the problem is all of the ending work and preparation has been ham-fisted into the last 30 minutes. Like literally, from the minute 60 to minute 90, that's like all of the ending, just like, oh fuck, quick, we gotta do this. And then the first 60 minutes is just bullshit, meandering. The whole fucking AA meeting stuff, why? Why add that? That's completely new. It truly adds nothing to the movie. If you were to cut out the AA meeting and then the killing the sponsor hallucination, if we were just literally to operate it on editing software and just cut it out, it would be the exact same experience. Not even joking. You wouldn't lose anything. You wouldn't have like, wait, how does this, what is this, nothing, right? Absolutely nothing. And the funny thing is, near the beginning of the movie, there were these two super short scenes that actually very elegantly and subtly told the viewer that like, oh, the main character has some substance abuse. She has some past issues. Because at the embalming evaluation, where she was putting on her gloves, there was just like a little freeze frame on her like wrist. She had like cut marks, right? And then later, after the evaluation, Raymond was like, oh, let's have a drink to celebrate. And she was like, no, I don't drink. And he was like, oh, I'm sorry. And she was like, no, it's okay. I just, my past. And that's enough. Like, that's really, really good. That's like a very efficient and effective way of telling the viewer, like, she has a dark past. And you didn't have to elaborate, and yet they did. They spent so much time on AA. I have it written down. I took notes like how long each segment was. So the first AA part, which is literally the meeting and then the whole like, will I, won't I do drugs, that was 6.5 minutes. And then the whole hallucination part was 7 minutes 40 seconds. So that's like 15 minutes of nothing. And then even in between the AA, why was it necessary to like go to work a little bit, go home, and then go to work again? Just go to work. That was also unnecessary. So like in my head, from minute 10 is when the AA meeting thing starts. And then minute 38 is when the hallucination stops and she goes back to work, right? A second time. That's 28 minutes that you could simply fully cut out. It adds nothing. So I'm saying how long some of these scenes are to prove a point. I'm not saying they should have min-maxed the movie, but just, you know, like, who gives a shit about most of these scenes? Prioritize different things, right? Like, they had their priorities all wrong. And then that plus splitting the explanation in two, that's completely unnecessary. They just spent way too much time meandering and just like crammed all the important and good parts in the last 30 minutes. And they were also shit. They weren't even good. I don't think they should have crammed everything in just one shift. Like, it could have easily worked as a 3-shift movie. I think that would have been perfect. But yeah, that's the movie. At least it's fucking over, man. Holy shit. So I just want to real quick point out a couple more just like shitty parts of the movie. I tried to like weave all of my grievances into the plot of the movie, but there's like just a couple more things that I really wanted to point out, but I just couldn't cram it into the already chock full recap, right? Firstly, and most importantly, this movie is not scary at all whatsoever. It simply isn't scary. There's not even a jump scare. This video is officially scarier than the movie. Like, genuinely, it deals with, you know, scary topics like demons, possessions, blah, blah, blah. But, like, it's not presented in a scary way. The pacing is awful. Jump scares are cheap, but, like, at least give me that, bro. There's nothing. It's simply not scary. And that's, like, so sad because the Mortuary Assistant, the game, is one of the scariest games I've ever played. Like, the scares are so creative and so cool, and there's so many of them, but it's just not scary. So the white monster guy, he looks great. I think it's clear where the budget went, right? Like, he's a very cool design. They slap him everywhere. He's on the poster, he's the main part of the trailer, he's like everywhere. But he does nothing. He does nothing, and Rebecca does not interact with him at all. He literally just stands. There's like 7 scenes of him, and he's just standing around. I'm pretty sure that him and Rebecca were never on the set the same day. Like, he doesn't even touch her. What a waste. Why not have like a cool chase, or like, you know, when he, I don't know, maybe crawl over her or something, do something. He literally just stood around, and it's such a colossal waste of a cool prop and money. So I'm not sure how clear this recap made it, but the line delivery is awful. Everyone is so awkward. The writing is of course awful, but like, I think it's very clear they were trying to go for the, you know, like, oh, something is wrong, awkward, eerie vibe, but it's just so, it's too awkward. It feels like talking to your fucking lame incel coworker during the break. Right? Talking about like Game of Thrones or something. It's not the horrific vibe they were going for. It is horrific, but not in the way they were hoping for. And lastly, why does the movie dad look so old? He's like 50. In the game, he's super young because he was young when he died, right? He was 14-year-old Rebecca's dad. But the movie dad, he looks like he could be old enough to be like current day Rebecca's dad. And I think that's just like proof of them not spending more than 5 seconds thinking about the game or like the plot. Because they were just thinking like, oh, we need to cast the main character's dad. And like, okay, a dad looking guy. And that's the movie. It was a colossal waste of time, money, attention span, everything. Like, the budget was tiny. It was $3 million, but they didn't even make that back. I think it was a colossal flop, as it should have been. I think they earned like not even $400,000 or something like that. And like, I'm conflicted because I must admit I do feel bad for the creator of the game. I wish this was a success for him, but genuinely they don't even deserve that much money. That might be harsh, but that's how bad of a movie it is. It's really, really, really bad. It's insulting. It really is insulting. But the game guy, you know, he's still popping off. He's working on a Paranormal Activity game, which I completely forgot. That's gonna be fucking awesome. What a mess. So sad. But dude, this video was like surprisingly hard to make because it's such a horrible, bad movie that I genuinely had no idea where to even begin, right? Because it felt like a Jenga tower of shit. Which flaw do you point out first? Because if you pull the wrong thing, it just all falls apart. At what angle do I attack this monstrosity? It was exhausting. And just rewatching this movie, genuinely, every single time I watched the movie, I found at least 3 more bad things about it. It's just impressive. It's impressively bad. But god damn, what a disappointment. I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope I managed to convey the frustrating experience I had watching this movie. I hope this video will be a hit, both, in reception, also in views, because I'm planning on doing more things like this. I'm gonna watch the Exit 8 movie soon, which is actually supposed to be actually good, unlike this fucking pile of trash. I'd love to do the same thing I did for this movie, but, for Exit 8. So, yeah, like and subscribe. Let me know what you thought. Let me know if you were one of the unlucky few who has actually seen this movie. And, yeah. Bye! We seem to be in the middle of a video game adaptation renaissance of sorts. Just in the horror game genre, we got FNAF, of course, Iron Lung, the Mortuary Assistant, this, fucking Resident Evil comes out soon. I can't prove it, and I don't have like a logical reasoning, but this feels like a recession indicator. Like we're back in the 90s or early 2000s of just like games aren't as profitable anymore. You just gotta milk it for all the profits, right? Like for all the IPs and shit, and like people are eating it up. Overall, I'm not the biggest fan of it, just in theory, because I am of the firm belief that like video games are just straight up a more powerful and better medium than movies. I enjoy experiencing both. Just as like there's some movies that wouldn't work as games, I think for the most part there's a lot of games that don't work as movies because you don't have, obviously, the time invested with the characters, but also like you are the character, right? You play as the character. I think this reminds me of the movie Her, because that movie actually like understood what a game can do really well. Like it's not an adaptation of a game or anything, but like it's set in the near future, and in that like just playing games is totally normal. And like there was this one scene with Joaquin Phoenix, how he explains to another person how like he was playing this game and he was like, oh, I was doing this, I was doing that, and no one's like, you were playing a character, it wasn't you. Like they all understand like, oh yeah, when you play a game you become that character because like you are so immersed and you are such a huge part of it. This is a huge tangent, obvious, but I just want to say that like that's a side of that movie that is often overlooked, aside from the whole like AI cock main plot. That movie like really just weirdly got games, right? Like just not any specific game, but just like overall the power of video games. Anyways, I don't know how I got here. Overall, I don't like video game adaptations in theory, but I still partake in some just because like how the fuck did this end up getting a movie, right? Mortuary Assistant and Exit 8. How the fuck do we have an Exit 8 movie? It's fucking awesome. I love it. All of this to say, I watch video game adaptations, but I always have like, by default, I lower my standards, and that just leads to a better experience. But with some movies like The Mortuary Assistant, even that didn't save it. But this movie, the Exit 8 movie, is the complete opposite. Like, I lowered my expectations, but I was still excited. And dude, it blew away my expectations so flippin' bad, bro. It's so good. And it's funny, as I was watching the movie, I was thinking like, oh wow, they added quite a lot to the story of the game. And then after watching the movie, both for this video and also I felt like replaying the game, so I was like, I'm gonna replay the game. And then I realized there is no story. Like the game literally has no plot. You're just stuck in the loop, get out, and that's it. And it's kind of impressive, A, that they even like extracted a movie from that, and B, that they extracted a really good movie from this. It's like so shocking. All of my notes, like I take notes while watching the movie because I knew I was gonna make a video on it, but all of the notes are just variations on this rules. Like literally the first ever note I had, holy peak, so faithful and cool. Also, love that the beginning is in first person. That is a really, really cool. Like the entire movie isn't in first person. I think that would be too boring. They could make it work, but I think it would just be like, too many wacky, like there's already like the cool thing that you're stuck in a loop. You don't need to add first person to it. I actually like first person movies, like Hardcore Henry, that was a cool one. But the very beginning of the movie, like the setup, I think the first 10 minutes, it's all in first person. It's just so cool. I am not gonna talk in depth about this movie. I am not gonna do a whole like, scene by scene recap because I respect it too much. It is so fucking good. Like I expected it to be good because I heard it was good, but I didn't expect it to be this good. And it's really cool to see how much the makers of the movie were obviously fans of the game. Like it's so apparent and so cool, and it's like it evolves the story and the setting so much, and like the character is so relatable. Like at one point he just gets paranoid, like, oh wait, that's an anomaly, and it wasn't. And that like happens to you when you, like, you the player, when you play anomaly games. I'm kind of all over the place, and this is very rambling. This is just gonna be the video. I'm just gonna rant, that's it. But yeah, first, like, let me just, in case you don't know what Exit 8 is, it's kind of like the grandfather of anomaly games. Well, more like the father. The grandfather is PT, but Exit 8 I think is the first like textbook definition of an anomaly game. I might be wrong, but it's definitely like the first one that blew up, and it's basically you're stuck in a loop, a strange loop. Oh god, you're stuck in a loop and you have to spot the differences, but the differences are all spooky, right? In Exit 8, if you spot a difference, you immediately turn back and go back. By going back, you'll just end up at the beginning, but that doesn't matter. It's just like you recognize there's an anomaly, you ran away from it. If there's no anomaly, if it's all the same, you just like carry onward and then like continue the loop. You just have to do it 8 times in a row, Exit 8, and then you're free. That's the entire game. Literally, that's the entire plot, premise, gameplay of the game. It's so simple, it's so beautiful. No wonder it spawned a whole genre, anomaly games. I love anomaly games. I've streamed quite a lot of them, and like while Exit 8 started the phenomenon, it's very obvious that it was just a start, because there's way better ones. I think the best anomaly games right now are Captured 1 and 2. Captured 2 recently came out, and holy shit is it good. I do want to make another video just on Captured 1 and 2, like the whole shebang, the game, the lore, the creation, everything, some other time. And that's Exit 8. It's like incredibly simple, but that's like where the beauty lies, in its simplicity. And the fact that they turned that into a movie, and a great, faithful, expanded movie, is mind-boggling. It boggles the mind. It's so cool. Like, they expand on every single thing. Like, every single thing you see in the game, there is now a backstory to it. Not really a backstory, but it's expanded on. But, like, in such a cool, satisfying way. In the Mortuary Assistant, which I watched it, hated it, and made a video about how much I hate it. In that movie, they expand also a lot. But it's, like, on the stupidest, who gives a shit, fuck off direction, right? While in this, it's like, yes, this is so interesting, thank you for elaborating. Not only is the story better, it's also like visually a stunning movie. First of all, it's incredibly accurate to the game, but like that's because they had the benefit of the game being like, you know, a hyper-realistic Japanese subway. So the aesthetic was very easy to nail, but like the set is awesome. Like I saw this video of behind the scenes on how they did the set, and literally like the scary Japanese salaryman Oji-san, he literally just walks past and then like immediately runs out of the set, gets on his bicycle, and then just like wraps around so he can do it in one take. It's so cool. And then there's like, not only that, there's just like some cool shots. The visual effects are really good, and it's like on a micro budget. This movie's budget was $1.4 million. That's like less than half of the Mortuary Assistant, and it looks like art. You know, it looks perfect. It's really stunning. I keep comparing it, and I keep bringing the Mortuary Assistant, the movie, up just because I watched the movies back to back, and it's really jarring how bad the Mortuary Assistant is and how amazing Exit 8 is. And you could say that it's kind of like unfair to both movies, that, you know, I keep comparing them, but I don't think so. Because on its own, even without comparison to Exit 8, the Mortuary Assistant is a dogshit pile of doo-doo feces all over the floor. It's trash, it's unenjoyable. But Exit 8, a great movie, becomes even better when you compare it to like what could have been. Man, it's so good. I'm not gonna go into detail. I really want to, but I'm not, because please do yourself a favor and watch this movie. To be fair, even if I did tell you like some hyper-specific details, you would still really enjoy the movie, but I don't want to. I don't want to even, impact the experience. So just watch it. It's out on digital. You can like rent it, I think, on Prime and like probably some other places. Definitely some other places. I'm also really happy this movie was a success. Like financially, it was a huge success. So that's really, really awesome to hear. But yeah, I touched on this a bit earlier, but I just want to like go more in depth. It's really cool how many things like they really contextualize. Like the things you do as a player in the game, the same things the main character does, but it makes sense and it's like realistic and it's cool. And it's like in God of War 2018, there's a lot of moments where like Kratos teaches Atreus, like, boy, be careful, watch your surroundings, loot every flipping chest. And then he explains how like the reasoning why he did that in the original trilogy, like why he loots, why he catches, why he kills, why he does. And it's like a lot of those parts, obviously, the main story is like, he has his own motivations, but like, there was no real reason, like, why would he open a random chest? It's because the player, wanted to. But then in 2018, it's recontextualized. You have to have a strategic mindset. That's that Spartan training, boy. And a lot of that happens in this movie too. Like some actions you do as a player just because you're a player of the game, the main character does. But it's like fits so naturally into the world. It's really, really cool. And I also like how they turned the whole, looping subway, Exit 8, into this Silent Hill-esque place. There is just, I'm not gonna go into detail, as I said, but there's a reason why he's stuck there and like why people in general get stuck in Exit 8. And I think that's so perfect. It's really, really cool. And that's like a completely new addition. It wasn't anywhere in the game, and it's not hinted at in the game. It's just like, you're stuck in a wacky cookie place forever or not. But in the movie, it's like, there's reason, and it's really, really cool. I think I'm done with my rant. Let me consult the notes. Let me check let's see. I talked about God of War, yes. I talked about Silent Hill. I talked about the Mortuary Assistant. All my other properties have been checked off my list. My brain just works off of IPs. I can't have a single original opinion. I just have to, connect the dots. Yeah, okay. I think. Let me check my physical notes. I am the note meister. Oh, yes. I remember now. One last thing I want to say. I'm pretty sure the end of the movie is supposed to be a setup for the sequel. Because there is a sequel to this game called Platform 8. It's not just this game, but instead of a subway, you're stuck on an actual moving train. And you go from like train car to train car. And it's really cool, but it's not as iconic or as good as Exit 8. Both in the scares and definitely the setting, because like it's like I do like trains in horror games, but there's something about like the subway and the Exit 8 that is just so perfect. But I believe in Platform 8, the movie. Like, I'm totally confident they could give the same treatment to Platform 8 that they gave Exit 8. I'm really hoping that was actually a setup for the sequel, and I hope that happens, but like, it should, right? Because it, as I said before, it was a hit. It was a smash flipping hit, Exit 8, and I'm super happy for them. And yeah, now I'm more or less done. I know it's a bit, I guess, sad and conflicting that like my previous video where I just bashed a bad movie was an hour long, and this video where like I'm celebrating a great movie is like nowhere near that length. There's just like, in theory it's a bit disappointing, like, oh, why can't you talk so much positively? But it's because I could. I really, really could, and I would love to go into detail, but I can't. I can't allow myself that. I don't want to rob you of the experience of watching it blind, which you really, really should. Have a fucking hoot and a holler and a riot. It's a 90-minute horror movie. It's a horror in theory, just with the game. The game isn't scary. There's no jump scares. It's just like eerie. And the movie is the exact same vibe, and it's awesome. I love it. I love the story, the visuals, the set, the characters, everything they expand upon. The dialogue is great. There's even like a couple gahaws, a couple funnies, a couple hee ho ho moments. Let me know what you thought about the movie. Did you watch it? Will you watch it? When will you watch it? Like and subscribe. Of course, why wouldn't you? We are so close to 500 subs, which in the grand scheme is nothing, but to me personally, that's a huge milestone. So I would really appreciate if we reach that. Anyways, love you. Suck my dick. No. Love you. Bye.